So I just wanted to say a real quick thank you to all of those of you who've tuned in early on this Saturday shindig. I don't know where I'm going with this. So if you are on Twitch, could I get a big round of beers? I'd like to know if you're listening. Is Hell open today or not yet? Hell is not open yet. Might open today, might not open today. I cannot confirm nor deny the openness of Hell. I guess I should add that as an alias to the beer mode. Hey, Hobo? Just looking for my bot real quick. Where did I put it? The fuck? There it is. Gotta throw in another additional alias. I've got like 70. There you go. There's another alias for the beer. Calamite, thanks for the tenor. Appreciate you. All right, with all my buttons clicked and everything set up in motion, let's play some Dwarf for it. To make Dope Smoker play slower. Wait, hold on. So, was this like an every time somebody subscribed, the album played slower? That's pretty fucking funny. I don't know. If I saw a new beer mode, I have to add it. I saw a beer mode. So for those of you who have maybe missed some time, the living dwarves in the fort are Aid and Not. Also, the dwarf redemption is up and has been up. So if you want to redeem a dwarf, you can. Weed McYeet is alive. We've got Slug and Q and Jasmine. And for once, actually, my main squad is on the map, so I can actually read them as I'm going through. We've got Sandberg. We've got Donut. We've got Smithy Femme. We've got Paddington, who's our glorious Duke. We've got Egg, who's one of our weaponsmiths. Very talented, in fact. Moods are a little bad because Ghosts got out of control for a while, but I've mostly got them under control now. We've got Letteran. We've got our glorious King Reg, the regular king. We've got, actually, I'm going to remove you from other tasks. We've got Krabicus, Krabus the Great. We've got Ice Blue, Kira. We've got Darius, the Bearman, which is actually good because we've had a couple Bearmen just kind of go nuts. We've got Dome, who's going nuts. We've got Abrax and Rat, as well as Undeath, Gurfree, the Looping Builder. We've got Attila, who is my only woodcutter. Double Dragon, Bronze, Chef's Intern, Jennerson. Who else is alive? We've got Vomit Comet, who killed the Vomit monster. That's our Captain of the Guard. We've seen better days. We got Stualek. We got Creed. We got Drekken, Clad, Bimbal, Wolf, Four Tails, Beermanier, 409, Biff, Tiny Haj, Wispy, Glass, Moreb, Odinson, Mud, and Eric, as well as Tall, and Carbohydrates. Tata for now, and Vic. Not a goblin spy, who's definitely a goblin, and also probably a spy. Those are all the named dwarves in the fort. Whatever, crafty dwarf. Calamite, let me know if you get stuck in an ad. If you get stuck in an ad, I will wait until the ad is done before naming you. So we do have dragons that we are attempting to breed, but they refuse to fertilize their eggs, which is getting annoying, because I do have 2 dragons. Now, this is frustrating because we do already actually have a bunch of baby dragons in the fort. They're all like between 3 and 5 years old because mom and dad had 10 kids and then stopped making babies, which, like I said, quite frustrating and rather annoying. So hopefully that gets sorted sooner than later because it would be nice to consistently do that. Greg and then some did, in fact, kick the bucket, yes. But good news! We've got ourselves some baby hydras. We were able to capture some hydras, and so we've got some BBs chilling. Now, hydras are born full-grown, unlike dragons, which means if I go to the baby hydras and slaughter them, they will immediately they will immediately be full size, so I can just get maximum meat from them. So Hydra breeding program is almost a go-go. And in fact, I'm going to go here and just type in Hydra. I see somebody who's berserk. Why are you berserk? Hydra. So I've got two females, or sorry, two females, and then the rest are all males. So I'm just going to, I think, slaughter one of these. Slaughter one of the males. And then we're going to put some of them into cages so that we can keep them from becoming a problem. Because they're born full grown, they cannot be fully trained, which is a bit of a problem, but not the end of the world. And I also need to assign the babies to have trainers so that they keep being trained. But yeah, that's the state. Hydras can't be war trained, unlike rocks, which can be fully tamed, and war trained, which means they are hysterical looking, in my opinion. So yeah, those are the rocks, and they're also laying a ton of eggs. Some of them are getting fertilized, some of them are not. We're kind of having some bad luck at the minute, I think, just in general. But, you know, it is what it is. If I actually go to rocks, you can see how many we have. I may need to butcher some of them. That might have something to do with it. But yeah. That's the status. So, Calamite, you would like a crafty dwarf. Do you have preference of beard? You're here to witness the baby dragons? There you go. Witness them. Do you have preference of beard, Calamite? Oh, I'm aware that they can harvest rock eggs as food, but there's no way to differentiate between fertilized and non-fertilized ones. So, Fitus? So if I allow them to do that, then they will just take all of them as food. So I'm currently not doing that. Rip pop? What? I'm confused. What are we ripping pop? Like, we've got 2 here and 2 there. I don't know what that means. No name. But, I mean, if you want a craft dwarf, we've got a ton... Do you want a beard or no beard is what I'm asking you, Calamite. Like, or rather, these are all my smiths, so if you'd like a smith, we could go with that. If you want someone who's more of a crafter, I don't have many, but we have some. Population? Not really. I mean, we went from, like, 230-something down to, like, 220-something. It's not like it's this calamity of population. Like, we lost a small percentage of the fort. Most of that was expels, anyways. A couple of dwarves died because a Forgotten Beast thingy happened, but, like... What are we sparkling for? What's the Stardust occurrence? No, the eggs are not being eaten. Okay. To start from the beginning, I was informed by YouTube chat that they can eat the eggs as food. And I said, I'm not doing that intentionally because they will eat them all fertilized or not. But I'm not getting so many fertilized eggs. Although I do have a suspicion, and which is actually something I would like to check, which is, do I have a cap on the number of livestock? Because it's not impossible that I don't. Strict population cap. Yeah, I guess not. But anyway, yeah, no, so I'm intentionally, like, not... It's not like it's a need to panic or anything. I'm just not going out of my way to butcher them. Anyways, aside from me being confused as shit for some reason with what chat's saying, and also being confused as shit with why these are getting canceled for some reason and not getting built, I give up. Welcome to the fort. Any questions, chat? Tempered calamite would like a smith. I'm like very... Okay, so chat's a little lurky take today because it's a Saturday. And I'm like very out of it. I don't know why. I will give you a smith. Chat, what kind of dwarf does tempered calamite sound like to you? Let's go with a smithy / hobbyist fisherman. Or I'm just going to go with calamite because that's easier to read for me. Naturally trustful of everybody. And your name is Safety Constructs. If you want to look yourself up in Legends, go to historical figures and go look up Safety Constructs. No, I'm just saying that I'm tying myself in circles because, like, I'm loopy as hell today for some reason. And so when I'm loopy as hell, Bone Doll, and chat's a little bit lurky, I see a thing and I, like, panic because I think that I fucked up. Like, I don't know what the sparkles is about. And no one's going to tell me, so I'm just going to either hyper-fixate on that and, like, get weird about it, or I'm just going to sit here and babble on my own. Anyway, this dwarf is trustful of everybody, unlike me. Nothing like me. Easily falls in love and develops positive feelings. And is rarely happy or enthusiastic. Is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He finds ideas... he finds he doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He does not go out of his way to help others, and he tends to avoid crowds. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he has an active imagination. He's quick to anger, and he occasionally overindulges, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He's not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. He personally values peace over war and finds introspection to be a waste of time and doesn't see cooperation as valuable and dreams of mastering his skill. Cool visuals of that. It's distracting to look at, and nobody's explained it, so that's all. This dwarf's weird as fuck. Yeah. He likes siltstone, copper, and golden barrel, as well as barn owl tooth and gigantic tortoise bone. He likes cotton fabric and the sound of the lavender drum, and when possible prefers to consume apple cider and pearl millet, and absolutely hates large roaches. So for status of the fortress, we are a mountain home, meaning we've completed all of the, like, in-game goals that the game wants you to complete, at least in the early game. And then beyond that point, all we really have to do is dig too deeply and greedily if you want to, like, do everything that there is to do on a given map in a mechanical sense. As far as role-playing goals go, we have caught a few, we've caught all of the creatures that I want to farm, and also we've managed to capture, a few locations. I was going to say we've captured a few locations, but that's actually not true. So this was a fortress that I had taken over. This is the Dark Goblin Fortress of Hex Wonders, which was one of mine, and I guess now is Goblin again, because it no longer is the Dwarven Fortress. It is now an enemy location again. So that, and there's 5,000 people there. Where'd they come from? Oh, I guess they came from Gear Spider, because Gear Spider had a population of 10,000, and now it has a population of 5,000. So 5,000 goblins just went thump, 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 and just went and invaded that. That's exciting. So I guess me throwing stuff at them is actually causing them issues. We're gonna go send a squad out to go pillage another one of their locations and keep their numbers down if possible. Let's just make sure that nobody in that squad is currently chained up. Are you chained up? No. So they should be good. Vomit Comet also is gonna need, I think, a new job because he's got too many injuries, man. Anyways, chat, so what are you guys up to this weekend? I'm just trying to get conversation rolling about something because, like I said, I'm a mess today. I don't know why. Like, I shouldn't be. I should be fine on paper, but I am kind of a mess today for some reason or another. So we're just going to be digging down, I think is going to be the biggest plan. We're going to be... Are dwarves in a burrow at the minute? I guess they already butchered the 2 birds that I told them to butcher. No, they're not. Okay, well, let's butcher another one. But yeah, I'm just kind of a mess today, so I'm just gonna be running as fast as I can, hopefully in the right direction. Yeah, what's your trying to break in a new, in quotes, PC situation thing, Darius? I saw that and then it like left my brain until you just mentioned it. Resting this weekend, just got out of hospital, that's no fun. Was it scheduled hospital visit or unscheduled hospital visit? An Iron Maiden documentary? I'm going to assume that that wasn't a typo and you're absolutely seeing a documentary about something called Iron Maiden. But, sounds fun. No, I stream periodically on Saturdays. I'm also kind of curious as to how much... I assume it's just 10, but I want to know how much leather I'm getting from the hydras. Been a slow and relaxed Saturday. I need to do that. There's a couple of my plants I need to water, but I've been trying to get rid of pests, so I just did a pretty hefty... That's a heavy skin. I just did a pretty hefty diatomaceous earth treatment, so I'm trying to like wait a little bit before rewatering. You're assembling a crochet cardigan, and then making the neckband. Hopefully you're done with this project by the end of the weekend. Gotcha. Well, good luck. I have stopped and started several different videos about topics surrounding this here video game, and it's been kind of too long, and I'm starting to feel kind of not great about how long it's taking. Damn, that. So we just went from 8. So they have like 400 meat, the rocks do. And then hydras have how much? 25 hydrotolo. Not, unless they've already cooked a bunch of it, actually not that much. Actually not that much meat on behalf of the hydras. But I'll still take it. So I'm just gonna slowly start putting the hydras one at a time into this cage as they continue to breed. So I'm just gonna throw maybe noodles in there because they're not the easiest to manage, the hydras. Building an army of dogs. These are just funny shaped dogs, but yeah. I know that you're like live blogging your own Fort Bismuth, but all war animals are dogs in my mind. Wolf, are you in prison? No, you are working your way out, but you are quite injured. I need to retire most of this first squad because a lot of them are injured. And the little kiddo here is caging this hydra. There's something about little children just leading a hydra away. A dragon showed up at your very unprepared fort, and I'm trying to figure out how to proceed. 5 war elephants have been vaporized. Right. Caravan has arrived. A dwarven caravan has arrived. Sweet. I actually am finally starting to catch up on clothing. It's taken so long for me to get to a point where I'm like, wow, I actually like need clothes. We do have 3 more baby dragons. These are my defense baby dragons. As you can see, they all have some kills on goblins. Although, oddly enough, they don't have credits for most of the kills that they got because most of the kills that they've gotten have been like on, how do I put this? Creatures that they've killed so quickly that they don't have time to get a hit in, so they technically don't get credited for them, even though they did breathe the fire. Because they need to, like, hit them with something that isn't just, oh no, they burnt to death, for them to actually count. So I think that's kind of hilarious, honestly. So what I'm going to do, I think, is I'm going to make maybe a refuse pile for, like, destroyed and, like, low-value clothing up here and use that for trading. That's probably what's going to happen. Has anybody else noticed, like, speed of clothes deteriorating being different? Because I know that they changed it in the last patch. It's supposedly a slower thing now. There we go. Just get rid of those weapons that I definitely don't want, because they're all made of wood. They're not very useful. Let's get rid of that camel hair thread. We'll keep the pigtail thread. I feel like I should have more thread than that. That's weird. Okay. It's probably just all being made into cloth that quickly. Sweet. Your fort is still dirty as fuck. Yeah. Something that I think I could do is I could actually fill this up with, like, used clothing for trading. Because then the dragons will just, like, occasionally just incinerate it. But, let's just go... I'm going to set this up as a refuse stockpile. So I'm just going to say where of all material types. There is a vehicle driving by hitting its horn constantly, which leads me to immediately suspect that there's probably... Actually, no, never mind. That leads me to suddenly suspect that there's probably some sort of protest going on. That, or it's just a super wide load. There's a wide load vehicle that's parked, like, I don't know, within a block or two of me. That is a giant, like, spool truck with this humongous, like, it's like 4 stories tall, it looks like. Giant spool of cable. Power cables that are going to go underwater. It's just kind of wild to see. All right, we'll just make that. And it's going to take a while for all these dwarves to get everything moved. Wait, what? No merchants are trading right now? Oh. Never mind. A great horned owl man attacked them, and so they left. Well, I got a bunch of free stuff out of it. Okay, then. I guess I'm not trading. I didn't want to trade anyway. What mouse do I use? I literally am looking at the label. A Logitech G403 Hero. This is the second one of this mouse that I've had. I bought the first one in 2016 and retired it last Black Friday. What you catching up on, Lukio Gaming? That's good to have you. Good guy, Owlman. No, he went berserk a little while ago. But actually, that might mean there's new animals on the surface. Maybe not, actually. Just the usuals, it looks like. I think I'm going to cut a hole up here, and we're going to drop some prisoners into there to play with the dragons. Counting and numbering? Gotcha. Because I've got a couple goblins that are taking up space. They don't need to be, you know? Like, why does this goblin need to be taking up so much space? Especially when Iron Zack can just run down there and toss him, you know? I mean, if he escapes, then he'll get another chance at goblining, but... I should have locked the doors before I did that. Let's lock the doors and try that again. Let's try that again. Alrighty, Endok, you've got a new task. Throw the goblin into the thing. So that we can play with our dragon. Doop, 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 doop. Well, they got him. Let's throw something else in here. How about a... Ooh, what would be fun? Could throw a Minotaur. A Cyclops. What do you think, chat? Let's do a Cyclops. I'm also going to lock that bear in there so that it stops causing us problems. Endok is going to go pit pawn to Cyclops. Get on it, Endok. It's not supposed to be fair. It's a form of getting rid of a problem, you know? If it was supposed to be fair, then we'd be in a very different reality. So Thad is about to change their name to Thud. Maybe I should have saved before I did this. I don't know. Alrighty, dragon. Checks the door, checks the other door. There we go. Now we're talking. Aside from the fact that they also incinerated some of their stuff, which is not great, but good news is we can keep them assigned to this. We're just going to toss that egg. Toss this goblin. Dude got smoked? Absolutely. Dragons. Dragons are dragon fireproof. Pizzicato. They can destroy any door, any bridge, any item, any material. Artifacts, I guess. But no. Nothing is dragon fireproof. And I'm just trying to get the dragon to lay some proper eggs. Minus the glass. I could increase the glass industry. Is that just because of all the mega beasts, Garfield? I've thought about redoing my Arch Crystal video. Because, like, I did a read-through of Arch Crystal a number of years ago, and I think I was much worse at reading out loud back then. I think it would be kind of neat to redo Arch Crystal in the, like, style that I'm doing read-through videos now, you know? I think, historically, like back in the day, Pizzicato, Coke bars didn't have a burning point, so that was technically dragon fireproof. But anything that the fire can get into is burnable, so. Let me just check something. So the War Rocks are probably fine. Because it doesn't say that they're pets of anybody, so. Do I have any Bronze Colossus? I don't have any because I killed them. We've killed 3 of them. Because they're not breedable or particularly useful. So I just have their statues. All right. We shall continue digging. It has been since the start of the stream since I've done any digging. And so it's time to get back to basics. And by basics, I mean digging deeply and greedily. Such is tradition. This is a very fancy one-of-a-kind item. Fine pewter. You need a fine pewter what? My duchy wants a fine pewter bed. Which means I think I can't actually, I can never remember what shop I have to decorate with fine pewter. I guess that would mean I would need to cut fine pewter in a gem cutter shop and then encrust it. If I can remember where those are. Or is it stud? Yeah, so it would be stud with fine pewter. So is that over here? Furniture. Where is studding done? Okay, well, stud with fine pewter. 1. Studding type doesn't matter, but you are going to take from here, and I'm going to leave the game pause for a second and just do this and put a bed right there. And then you are going to only take from that, and I need a bed from somewhere. So where is my nearest bed? My nearest bed would be up there. Unless I filled that out wrong, which is possible. Whatever, materials doesn't matter, as long as it's just beds. There you go, we got a bed there. So now I just need that to be signed up to go. That is what they want, yeah. Although I could actually just do this and then go... Other objects? Is it studs? Oh, no, I know what I need to do. I never do this manually. I do actually kind of want to do it manually just to find it. Somebody was found dead. We'll have to figure that out. Furniture. Fine. Stud? No. How the hell do I do that? Decor, other objects, traps, siege equipment, furniture, armor. Is it decorate? Other lighting? Nope. I couldn't even tell you. Where are you? Oh, someone's on fire. Well, that's not great. How? I think this dwarf literally, like, walked through the... I'm just gonna extinguish this, even though the dwarf's already dead. Just so that, like, I don't need to remember to memorialize the corpse. I think this dwarf just walked through lava. Yeah, because that's a ramp. That's not very smart, dwarf. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh well. You're gonna forge a steel short sword? And you're gonna wait until my manager is manageable. Who's planting seeds at the minute. Stop it. I mean, I am not going to allow you to continue to plant seeds. I need you to go manage. We're in an ad break, so I will wait until the ads are done. Also, I'm aware that I don't have the art that you gave me set up on the stream yet. I've been lazy, Cooler, and I keep forgetting. Yeah, I've tried to explain this to people a number of times. Like, a lot of the biggest issues that Dwarf Fortress has today isn't, like, playability issues. It's, like, explaining issues. Like, the game does a really bad job explaining to you what it needs you to do a lot of the time. Even though, like, what it needs you to do is actually, like, generally pretty straightforward. Like, there's a lot of things that this game will be like, you need to do this. And it'll be like, okay, well, that isn't possible. And it's like, but you absolutely need to do this. Followed by, like, this thing's really straightforward. But the game won't tell you. I've adamantine. How much wafer do I have? I've got 11 wafer. What? Ooh, main squad back. What are they wielding? Wolf, you need to be replaced by somebody who has a functional both arms. Sandberg needs to be replaced by somebody who has 2 functional arms as well. I'm actually going to get this squad training. Because they need to go train. And I think we're going to do adamantine shields. That's what I think I'm going to do. Actually, no, let's do more helms. Let's just do another set of 10 adamantine helms. Let's just slowly work down the list. Well, I mean, it shouldn't say he wants an iron bed. It should say he wants a bed decorated with iron. You know, like, that is a wording thing that could very reasonably be fixed and not be unobtainium, you know? You know, fuck it, we'll also put unusable weapons in there. I'm seeing a bunch of elk birds. That's the wrong menu. And let's see how that fight went. You've played like 25 hours. To be fair, like it's not poorly explained at all. And like you go look up anything and people will be like, that's a bug, just ignore him or kill him. Like people aren't super willing to give the correct information. But how do you have water not running into the fort and not walled in by that forge and the other spots? It's running off the map. Always overwrite anus in YouTube chat. It's running off the edge of the map through fortifications. I have no idea, Thermonox, in regards to liquid fire artifacts. I also can't say I've ever seen a liquid fire artifact. We stole treasure and seized livestock, which is what? A bunch of elk birds and some beak dogs? And some elk birds and beak dogs, but that was from a previous one. And Kib the Clother. Is somebody going to put you in a tomb? Looks like it. My mayor's getting to it, who actually is an elf, believe it or not, chat. We do have an elf mayor, because my mayor got shredded by a demon. That's all I found. It's a bug. There's nothing you can do. It's not true. It is poorly explained, but there is stuff you can do. It's one of the Dwarf Fortress things where it's like, well, that's not wrong, but it's like explained in poor faith, I guess. Or explained with like not enough knowledge. Which, you know, it's like the Dwarf Fortress effect, period. Alright, they're just going to work their way through that slowly. And I am going to deconstruct, not this, because there's something fun back there. I'm going to deconstruct these two. I'm going to deconstruct this and this. I'm going to deconstruct this, because that is an open space. I want to not dig into an open space. And I'm going to deconstruct that. That is an open space. I want to not dig into an open space. We're going to place some green glass so I can see what's beneath. I'm also going to go up to here and I'm going to deconstruct all of the green glass. That's not the tool I wanted. That's a very bad tool for that job. That would be very bad if I were to do that. We're going to go through this. You witnessed your mayor, Tantraman, get cursed into a vampire? Cool! A homegrown organic vampire mayor. That's fun. Who doesn't love that? Yeah, this is going to take a while because they're digging into adamantine, so... Yeah. The good news about this, though, is it'll probably be safe. I'm also just going to set this as a pit pond, and we're just going to set it to fill, so they're just going to start bringing buckets of water down here and filling it. And up here, I'm going to start filling you up with diorite to replace the green glass, something more current. And solid, so it is less likely to cave in. I don't know, Trigger, have you ever watched my YouTube videos? I put out like hour-long movies that try to be stealth tutorials that are also like, here's an hour of Dwarf Fortress indoctrination to slowly get you used to hearing concepts and things from Dwarf Fortress. I've also more recently started reading old forum posts and covering old things that are maybe a bit more abstract for the... Because, like, I think there's, like, two kind of audiences of Dwarf Fortress. There's people who, like, are interested in watching gameplay of Dwarf Fortress, and then there's people who are just, like, interested in the concept of Dwarf Fortress who aren't necessarily interested in watching gameplay. Which I think is, like, actually a really interesting... I don't trust that. You're going to cave yourself in a second, aren't you? So let's just let's get rid of that. Just trying to fill in all these holes so I don't accidentally drop a bunch of shit on my dwarves down below, which would be bad and also hysterical, but also really bad. Also, I would argue this isn't Dwarf Fortress out of context. In fact, this is maybe Dwarf Fortress as in context as you possibly could be. Like, in order for it to be out of context, it would have to be like... It would be like me saying there was that one version of the game where babies were born with knives equipped. Which admittedly was like 2014? Or like how people arriving naked just means they have no culture. Bobtron, hello. How's it going? It's going pretty good. Enjoying the weekend so far, getting into the weekend mood. You know, trying to work on a video in my head while also sitting here and streaming. And realizing that I'm like an absolute like mess this morning after I started streaming. Like I'm all over the place. I'm like incapable of like holding a singular conversation or like figuring out context and things people are saying. So my chat reading comprehension ain't so great today, but aside from that, we're doing pretty good. Sure, or it's like, it's not out of context. You just don't have the context. It's like the most literal out of context, I guess. Well, I'll say this. We're digging too deeply and greedily right now and slowly chipping our way through adamantine. Does that make sense as a concept? Oh, that's interesting. Krug Smash is like Saturday morning cartoons using the format of Dwarf Fortress. Is kind of how I've thought of Krugs for a while. It's like Krug Smash makes really cool shit using like Dwarf Fortress as an animation engine, I guess. I try to trick people into playing Dwarf Fortress. You know, Trigger, there was somebody who used to watch my stream a number of years ago named Lump Beef Broth, who I haven't seen in a while. Hope he's doing all right. But Lump used to, like, watch the Steam release and then watched after the stream release for a bit as well. But before the Steam release, it was... There was this one day where Lump was watching me play, and this was, you know, back when the game looked like this. Just like this, right? I do that as something caves in. What? No, never mind. A scholar's been found dead. That was significantly more concerning than I thought it was. So that scholar that kept committing crimes, who was in the military previously, was beaten to death by my cop. Well, that's what you get for committing crimes, I guess. And rest in peace, you poor dwarf. An over-explained stream. I'm actually in the process of scripting an over-explained video. Or by that I mean a new... How do I put it? A new, like, getting started guide. I think we'll like, it doesn't really make much sense to do over-explained streams on, like, a random Tuesday, but, like, maybe when Magic releases proper, you know? When there's a big influx of new people buying the game or people coming back, that's when it makes sense to do streams like that. And those times happen occasionally, but we're not currently in one of those times. He wasn't knocked into pieces, so I don't think he needs to rest in pieces. May he rest in mostly one piece. Would it be out of date after the Magic update? I can't... Okay, so for those of you who've been around the stream long enough, you might know or remember that historically I've done one specifically, like, full getting started guide for Dwarf Fort, which I think has like 250,000 views now. That video was commissioned by Kit Fox. I'm currently in the process of working with Kit Fox on another one of those. I can't say when it will release. Because actually I genuinely don't know. But it will probably release before Magic. And the reason I'm saying that is, from what I can tell, Magic stuff isn't going to take effect in the early game, as far as, like, a basic tutorial thing goes. So, like, as an example, like, I haven't made a new one for the Siege update because, like, a basic getting started guide is supposed to get you through, like, up until the first trading caravan, right? So nothing has categorically changed mechanically in that window of gameplay time since the Steam release, which is why I haven't done another one. But I'm planning another one right now. And I've been planning another one for a bit, actually. But it's like I have to be cautious with what I say. Like, I can say that I'm working on another one because, like, that's not a secret, and people have known that for a bit, but it will release before Magic because I was cautious to release it before Magic, but I directly asked recently, Alex, is I guess what I'll say. And it's, as I understand it, like, outside of World Gen being a bit different flavor-wise, like, that's not going to matter to a new player, if that makes sense. It's your first Dwarf Fortress stream seeing ex-military being beaten to death by a cop. Yeah. The cop is also ex-military. He doesn't have any arms. Well, rather, functional ones, the cop. So don't ask how he's beating people to death. I will be back in a sec. I need to take a piss real bad. So give me 90 seconds. I'm just going to pause the game and run an ad. BRB. return successfully. And probably Jody and Swiper No Swiping. It's good to see you too. Hello, hello. You're gonna try some adventure mode shenanigans, so you'll be rewatching a bunch of my videos, or like what are you trying to do, if I can ask? If you know, even. See if I can dig that down. It's possible. So I'm going to bring my Marks Dwarves down here because there might be a scary monster back here. We'll see. Oh, nope. Just we checked the stone for heat. What devilry is that? And nothing of severe threat. Ironically, the beating to death, I think, was accidental because the crime that the dude committed wasn't, like requiring of death, but, you know, it happens. It happens. You just need, like, a captain of the guard who's unaware of how strong they are, and then they just show up and are, like, surprisingly shredded and then just murder somebody. Legendary headbutter. I think he just, like, goes up, bites them by the beard, and then just, like, knees them aggressively, you know? It's just knee to the chest, knee to the gut, knee to the forehead, arrow to the knee. You know, all of the important knee bits. Are you serious? I only have... Okay, never mind. I do have a lot more than 4 miners. Most of them are doing stuff that's completely unrelated or, like, God knows where. Oh, I just don't have enough picks. I'm gonna make 4 steel picks. That's what I'm gonna do. Maybe 5. 5 steel picks. Let's also go up here and type in pig. Bars. Pig iron. Let's do 10 steel. I'm just queuing up 10 periodically whenever it's available, and then I'm just gonna fly. I am out of coal and out of fuel. That explains. It's like, why are we not making stuff out of metal? It's because I'm out of fuel. That's why. Which means I need to go get more lignite, which sucks, actually. I should really just stop being lazy and do the logical thing, which is just bring more materials up here, but... Or, rather, not more materials. I should stop being lazy and just bring lava up here, but... I should just go get lava, you know? Like, quit being lazy. Quit being lazy, he said. Just go get some lava. Instead, I'm gonna go get coal, because I'm lazy. I don't quite feel like going that way. Let's do some prospecting, shall we? If you ever played Minecraft, you know how this works. Just digging around, looking for lignite, which is, you know, a form of coal. I actually don't know technically what type of coal it is or anything about any of that. I just know that it burns. So we're gonna go get the rock but burn. Would a needy dwarf be saying "Dow" a lot? Bone doll? Is that the direction we're going in? But yeah, as far as like very basic explaining streams go, I think that maybe I'm like misreading my audience. In chat, you guys can tell me if I'm wrong. But from my perspective, most of the people who play this, who are in the chat, don't need everything explained to them. And I personally find watching streams that are just like, I'm going to explain the very basics constantly, all the time, not the most fun to watch. Like, it's not the sort of content I like to watch, generally, especially if it's a game that I mostly know. Even if it's like a game that I'm only semi-competent at. I would much rather just have a normal gameplay with like general conversations, mostly related or unrelated, doesn't matter. And followed by, like, you know, questions when they come up. And that's what I try to do. That's, like, the goal, anyway, of how I run things. So if I'm not quite nailing it, feel free to yell at me. I can try and explain more, but... That's just how, I don't know, how I like to run things, or how I try to run things, or how I imagine myself running things. Still learn things about this game after all these years. Oh, same. Same, same, same. Oh, that's interesting. Taking forever to carve that stairway because it's technically raw adamantine, but got it done. So up here is something scary, apparently, so I'm just gonna smooth that. And brings the military down again. So it'll either have an item in it, or it'll have a monster behind it. And if it's either of those things, then we can explore. I'm sure at least one of these dwarfs has to have a demon kill. Yeah, see, Sauropod Devil. Considering this is just a legendary observer, what is even your skill in archery? Can't be that high. Proficient? Okay, I mean, that's not bad. Some forgotten beast, though, has arrived. It's a quadruped composed of salt. It has large mandibles, and it has a gaunt appearance. Where is it? Okay, so this one can fight me. I'm going to send all but the Marks dwarves for my own sanity's sake. Out to probably up here. And we're gonna see where it goes. So Ragnarok, how you doing today? Chat, can I get a Vile Force of Darkness for good luck? Or beers, I don't know. Whatever is more magical to you. Do dragons open up new options in raiding? They're just a very effective... Moreb, run! Run, Moreb! Run, Moreb! Run quickly! You're one of my longest running dwarves. Please keep running. Don't get dead. Moreb was my broker. Or no, not my broker. What were you? No, you were a scribe. That was one of my starting 7, I think. City Shields. One of the very early dwarves at that. Unrelated, but there's a fire-breathing mountain titan on the surface. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it moves deliberately. Its apple green scales are oval-shaped and set far apart. Beware, it's blat fire. Do you think the dragons got this? I hope the dragons got this. Okay, hold on. I'm going to station these 3 squads right here. I'm going to send you back to wherever the fuck you came from. I'm going to go up to the surface, and I'm going to jump to this. Uh-oh. Titan. Well, that's cool looking. This is a, obviously a Titan. It has 46 unnotable kills, mostly livestock, as well as 27 notable, with its most recent being a kill on an elf in the year 176. Of course, we're now in the year 254. It is enemy with basically everybody. I like the unnameable thief. It's Echoed Water the Saffron Avalanche, if you wish to look it up. And let's see how my baby dragons fare against it. And also, I think I should tell my dwarves to hide inside, because this seems sketchables. No! Shit. Okay. Never mind. We have to fight it. I have to hope that it leaves. Okay, so the Forgotten Beast hasn't gotten to a fight with anybody else just yet. Where did it go? I just hope it goes for the dragons. Nope, it's not going for the dragons. Okay. I'm gonna lock this door and see if I can close this. Probably not in time. I should have pulled that earlier. It might actually just sit there. And if it does, that's actually really good news. Cool, we got it. So it goes down to try and enter the fort, and then it can't. Apparently a cave toad is fighting with a polar bear woman? Where's that beast? Still putzing around underwater. Well, that's fun. I'm going to go to the surface. I don't know if my mark dwarves are going to be able to get up here in time, but I will try. And I will go to the here. Let's make sure everybody's assigned. I'm just going to go plant seeds. I don't know where you're getting seeds from to go plant, but you're not going to plant shit. I think I also need to make a new seed stockpile, actually. I think that got destroyed a few streams ago. That would explain why they're going all the way out there. Where the hell's that job? I gotta harvest plants, plant seeds. There it is. Nope, that's a bush tit, not a titan. There's the titan. Moreb has been found dead. Surprise emoji. And let me just jump down to you. Where's that beast? There's too many fights happening. Okay, so that's one dead. I knew that wouldn't be a struggle at all to kill. In fact, not even you. Who got it? I'm not even sure who got it. Was it you, Molar? Rally little scandal lurk? No, that wasn't you. Spearmaster stabs it. Oh, was it Slug who got it? Nope. Lanix, did you get it? Nope. Udib, did you get it? Nope. Nope. I have no idea who got it. Could have been you. I've looked at you twice now. Ah. It's brown coal, you didn't know that? Yeah, it's actually kind of funny. Like, sometimes I'll go look up, like, a material that I see in Dwarf Fortress a lot because I'm like, I'm not sure what that actually is, and then realize that I know exactly what it is. Like, that happens quite frequently. It's one of the beauties of Dwarf Fortress is that it's accidentally educational. Hold on. Titan. Big flying serpent. Was rightfully ejected from existence, Stone. This Titan really likes to raid. Titans tend to do that. Like, Titans are like this, not scarier necessarily, but they're more active than Forgotten Beasts tend to be. Nine means wing? Oh, really? Which language does it mean wing in? Are dragons a good source of income? Certainly. I mean, they sell for 10,000, but so do rocks. I haven't sold any of the dragons yet, though, just the rocks, because the rocks breed faster. God dang it. There's another rock egg in the dragon nest box. There's too many rocks there. Out nesting the dragons by kind of a lot. Do we smell what the rock is cooking? Dwayne. Wing and Elvish. Gotcha. And what does it part with? Oh, it doesn't have a sphere. That's unfortunate. So this thing does breathe fire, which is why I'm not attacking it outside. If I want to fight it, fighting it on grass or any kind of shrubs is a bad idea. Because it can set stuff on fire, which will cause smoke, which will make it hard to path to it and fight it. The scariness of Titans tends to be variable. You've seen one Titan smash a war dog into a puddle of gore and then disappear next because the next dog bit it and it popped. It entirely depends on the material that they're made out of. This one, like, is relatively scary, but mostly because it does fire. Also... What did you just kill? I didn't even see what it just breathed fire at, but it breathed fire at something. Huh. Chat, I would like a round of beers real quick for Ahmed Brook in YouTube chat, who just super chatted 2 units of British money. Appreciate the 2 British money unit. 2 individual units of mun. If you want to help keep this channel funded, and you happen to have a Prime subscription, do think about me. I'm kind of tempted to go out and try to fight this thing, but also at the same time, I'm kind of not. Because, like, on one hand, if I go out and fight it, King's Shillings, that seems... I have a feeling that if it was, like, a legitimate King's Shilling Stonecoat, that might actually be worth more. Also, Stonecoat, I have a question. Have you ever been in the chat when Stone Pants has been in the chat? Because there's Stonecoat, but there's also Stone Pants. And I don't think you're the same person. I know that Stone Pants got stuck in... Was it Iceland? For like a year during the pandemic? Because like he went on like a 2-week trip to Iceland that turned into a 1.5-year trip to Iceland. Well, soon be Voltron. You just need socks and shoes. Actually, no, we need Stone Suit is what we need. Name either a dragon or dwarf Nermal. Oops, wrong tab. I don't know, this looks like a Nermal to me. Living up to the Garfield theme, I see. I could fight it. I mean, I could send my Marksdwarves out to shoot it. He is prone to strong feelings of lust. He can be very single-minded and is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions. He sometimes is cruel, isn't given to flights of fancy, and works to square his natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He is slow to trust others and is often envious of others. He is moved by art and natural beauty, is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and he tries to do things correctly each time. He does not generally find himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and likes working outdoors, but grumbles mildly at shite weather. Like others in his culture, he holds craftsmanship to be at the highest qualities. His mother is Trogdor and his father is Clockwork. His family members are Smoggett, Mice Nerd the Cooked, Dees, Radish, Cestnois, Calcifer, Bucket, and Tiny Smog, and Nameless. All right. We're going to try and move my squaddies up, but I want to stick to the Marksdwarves for this. I want to be smart. I'm just, like, looking where he's going on the map. Yeah, well, we need them to hit, like, egg-laying age, and none of them are there yet. None of the babies have been around long enough to be able to do that. It may be chasing wildlife on the map, too. Polar bear woman was found dead. No fighting. Probably infection, I would guess, then? I think I need to make more soap. I think I also need to redo most of my jobs in this fort. Paddington was found dead? That was my Duke. I never did make him his bed. Well, I mean, I made it, but I never did finish it. I'm gonna check. I'm actually curious. Succumb to infection. So Udib was one of the dwarves that kept committing crimes. So yeah, it's infection. Meaning there's injuries being dished out that are not healing. Which means I need to fix my hospital. Chat, can I get a big round of Fs for Paddington Bear, the great Duke of the fortress? Oh, okay, well. Chasing an owl. Need more soap? Correct. I thought maybe old age, because I don't live that long. But no. So no, not really a serial polar killer. I've had two dwarves for a while that have been tantruming, and I guess like they've just gotten injuries. There was also a really big fight, maybe a year ago, that broke out where a whole bunch of people died. It was about, I don't know, 20 or so. Nothing like catastrophic, but it seems like that seems to be of what has happened. Although good news is we have the king, so. I'm just waiting for it to come back over to where I need it to be, which it seems to be trying to do. I'm actually just going to move my Mark Dwarves back here. It's like the front gate ain't closed. It's literally flying towards the front gate right now. I just need it to actually fly through the front gate. We have plenty of water. Water ain't the issue. It's soap that's the issue. Because, actually, I have quite a bit of soap. Question is, where is it? It is in the hospital. Weird. Well, I'll put some more beds into the hospital, but I don't think, like, that's the issue necessarily. For performers to hand out alcohol like a tavern keeper? Yep. Well, they're not, so drunken fights are supposed to be significantly less lethal than they were previously, and I can tell you, they are. Because drunken brawls for a while there were just normal combat. Now they're not normal combat anymore, it's now non-lethal combat, which, for those of you who are uninitiated, is the same as sparring. So they don't go for, like, the neck, they don't go for the face, they don't go for vital organs. Instead, they're supposed to go for non-vital organs. So they're just supposed to, like, punch in the chest, and they're not supposed to punch hard enough that they kill each other, but your mileage may vary, is I guess the reality. All right, so I'm going to actually go to standing orders other, dig through damp stone. I'm not actually gonna dig out that much. I'm gonna get rid of a bunch of that and go to auto. We'll just automate it instead, because there's coal down here that I require. And also apparently tetrahedrite. And also a bunch of gems. That I don't need. I've got too much iron at the minute. I don't need more iron. See any coal down there? Probably is, but I don't see any. Don't need that. There's a bunch of coal, not iron. Bunch of coal. Okay, let's go back to that Titan. Is suddenly bleeding? Oh, somebody's shooting it with bolts. I don't know who. Flying iron bolt strikes it. Who fired that bolt? Mark's Dwarf Maffle, carbohydrates. Decided to go take matters into her own hands. And is a little nauseous and dizzy. But got a few bolts out. Looks like she actually killed it. She fired 2 bolts. One hit it in the head, which tore the muscle. And then one hit it in the wings, so it fell. And then it went wee splat and is now gone from the looks of things. So let me go back to that Titan, which is right here. The last thing it did probably was collapse onto the ground. Yep. And it's dead. Love the format and the content. Cheers, man! Those are much quicker to create than the big movies that I make, so I'm glad people are liking those. All right, now I can turn off this, and we can go back to normal a little bit. A sad performer, everlasting military service never make merry again. Oh, there's nothing wrong with having a little bit of making merry. Although I will say, they won't serve alcohol if you don't have mugs in a chest in your tavern. So if you have mugs and you have a tavern, don't put a chest, and they won't serve alcohol. They'll only serve alcohol if there's mugs in a chest. Also, I'm just gonna make a bunch of rock mugs because I've seen like extra rock mugs around, or not enough like goblets around. So I'm just gonna make some because it's an easy craft. But yeah, we got him. Shoutouts to my Mark's Dwarfs for being friggin' overpowered as always. And I think I need a new seed stockpile, so I'm gonna go make one of those. Let's just do 2 stairs right there. And I'm gonna go down into here. Probably dig out a little square of this. I'm just gonna put a seed stockpile down here. So let's go cave wheat, sweet pods, plump helmets, pigtails. What else am I planting? Dimple cups, but I think I've got dimple cups spawn elsewhere, but and apparently I'm out of pigtails, which is kind of weird. Oh, hello, Dulkin, and it's good to see you. Same with you, Shark Jumping Walrus. And Weed. You are still alive. You died in an alternate timeline, but we've resurrected you. You are something. And also, you are wielding a Astastavzen, which is a rusted metal spear, which is a god metal spear of very fine quality. And I need to check on my metal smithing industry. How's my... Uh-oh. Man, people keep being found dead. That's like not good. It's not great. Oh, yeah, you died unrelatedly. Yeah, that's fine. Here's hoping we can get some migrants sooner than later. Get that population back up a little bit. Because I had to expel some people and then also unrelated lost some people, so. Yeah, hasn't been ideal. Any masterwork tables? Probably dozens. Why are you asking about tables specifically? No coke. How about coal? Okay, yeah, I need to manually do some coal. Pig iron tends to always completely obliterate all of my coal supply, but that's not enough lignite. Holy shit. Okay, so you, I'm gonna forbid you. Just say coke. Do that first, hopefully. There we go. God damn it. Which one of you nincompoops stole that? All right, I'm going to do, not something drastic, but I'm gonna go up to here and I'm gonna forbid all that because I don't need that. Just need that coal to go get dug out. What I think I'm going to do is I'm gonna build a forge, sort of. I'm gonna do it over here. And it's going to specifically be for coal. That or... No, I should just fill up some magma-safe minecarts. That's what I should do. I should just be smart. More rock hatchlings have hatched. Stop me if you've heard this one before. I'm gonna throw another Hydra in there. I think actually I'm gonna slaughter some rocks. Because I've got so many, it's getting a little bit silly. I also have a kakapo apparently. Still, I thought I slaughtered that. 2 of them? I don't even know where I got those. How you doing today, Merc? Because your dwarf is a carpenter. Oh, I don't know what you've been making. Probably beds, but we do have plenty of masterwork beds. I haven't been making wooden tables in a while. I do have a metalsmith, though, who's going into a strange mood, however. I'm just going to make this, and I'm going to go into here, and I'm going to scroll up and get rid of just about every metal-related job outside of the pretty mandatory ones at the moment. Because I don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. I don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need those, really. If people want to go to prison, they can go to prison. Let's go to... Oh, well. Just get rid of that. This dwarf is making an artifact out of something. We've got rusted metal bars, so god metal artifact, dolomite, and fungi wood. Coke from lignite. And what is most of my miners digging through? There we go. We've got a pile of lignite. That's what we need. That's what we need. We need a pile of lignite. Although, is all of this dripping water? A lot of this is dripping water, which is going to be fun. Simultaneously pooped and full of energy. Sounds like the weekend. Working and trying to quit nicotine. Gotcha. You're trying to remind yourself it's a marathon, not a sprint. Yeah. That's been me trying to get back into shape. Is that it's a marathon, not a sprint. I used to run marathons and sprints, so I guess that line doesn't really matter to me so much, but, well, half marathons, technically, but. Dome the polar bear was found dead. That one I'm not surprised about. That one I'm not surprised about. Dome has tantrumed a few times and thus has been beaten and thrown into hospital. There's another forgotten beast. This one's a towering cobra. It has large, mandibles and it undulates rhythmically, and it can't get to me because of where it is, but holy shit, that looks cool. I've been trying to get back into shape, and like I've been working out a lot more, and like I'm the healthiest weight I've ever been in my life, but I feel like I've maybe some of the least muscle mass I've ever had in my life. Like I've always been underweight most of my life, but I'm slowly starting to feel like I'm making it to a point where like I'm feeling healthy again, so like that's good. That pair is a shape, and then when people tell you that you have a dad bod, you tell them that they identify as someone with a father figure. Yeah, I'll hold my tongue on that one, but like, as long as you feel good, and like, you know, your cholesterol and things that are in check, then you're probably okay. What's my tree allowance for the year? 6 out of 10. Let's just go down to the cavern, to the first cavern layer, and just do a little bit of pruning. 6, 7, 8, 9. I think the key is, at least for me, is to just be healthy. If that also equals looking aesthetically healthy, then that's a bonus, but actually trying to rebuild some of the muscle, because I'm kind of like, you know, one of the, I guess, benefits, if you want to call it that, of not driving, which is my life, is you're forced to walk everywhere, so I just kind of organically, or naturally, I guess, get exercise in ways that not everybody does, necessarily. So because of that, I'm kind of healthy by default, if you want to call it that. Make coke from lignite. How much cloth am I sitting on? A lot. I should sell some cloth this next trading season, I think. Let's also select a random dwarf. Be like, what's the quality of your clothing? Let's just do like 250 loincloths. Let's also increase the number of wheelbarrows. And we're making adamantine wafers, as we bloody well should be. Do I want muscle mass or muscle density and efficiency? Density and efficiency. Basically what I want is I want to be able to up my endurance again. And if I could have well-defined shoulders, that would be a benefit, because I miss having well-defined shoulders. I had that when I was in sports, so I quit sports when I turned 16, or right before I turned 16. I went to juniors for my age category for World. Well, I qualified for Worlds, but I was put on like the backup team, so I was a benched extra essentially for Worlds for the sport I was in, which was sprint kayaking. So I spent a good long period of time of my life like prepping for and training for Worlds for sprint kayaking. And so I know what it's like physically to feel that in shape, and I kind of miss it. It feels good. That's all, really. It depends on where you are in Canada, but where I live in Canada, I think like if you're going by like walk score and cycling score, we have like my street has a 99 walk score and a 99 run score. But it depends on where you live. Alberta, not so great. Bit too conservative. British Columbia, assuming you're not in one of the remote cities, is pretty good generally. Like, if you look, you could just go look up Victoria, BC, and just fly around downtown on Google Maps a bit, and you'll see bike lanes, like, everywhere. And, like, good pedestrian infrastructure. Linfer, hello. How is you? Vancouver is also pretty good in general. The Cyclops Irami has come. A giant humanoid monster with a single eye in its forehead. We're about to get hit by ads. I will pause the game when the ads start, but let's see how this beast goes. But yeah, it highly depends on where you are in Canada, and it varies wildly based on like what area of what city you're in and like where in Canada you're in. Uh-oh, that's not good. I didn't... Hold up. I need to figure out where they're getting these seats from, because like... That's not great. This is something I can do while the ads are running. They've got to just be like outside somewhere. I will pause until the ads are done. Hey chat, can I have a round of beers for good luck? The luck that I need here is, are my dwarves going to get blasted with fire from the dragons? Because we need it, or the dwarves need it. And as always, if you like this channel and you want to help keep it as ad-free as possible, best way to do that is by subscribing to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL, because if you help me keep all my bills paid, then I don't need to take sponsored time, and that keeps corporate money out of the stream, which I think is a benefit. That's a lot of food. Yeah, I was selling it, and then I forgot. It's what happens when you're butchering hydras. Alrighty, Cyclops. Blap! Wow. Oh, they hit the dog. Dang it. No, madam. Any sieges in the previous stream? I think there was 2, but they've been smaller. I'm not really trying to turn this into a very siege-heavy fort, Rysel, because the last fort was very siege-heavy, so I kind of, not burnt out on it, but like, I'm just like, kind of mid on the feeling at the minute. I'm just going to set this squad as no orders. and let them go do unrelated things. And I'm going to make a new Marksdwarf squad. Crossbows, because that squad down there needs a break. It doesn't really matter who it is, just anybody will do. Kind of doing mandatory military service in this fort. So whoever looks like they would do well, and by that I mean they don't have like debilitating injuries from previous fights. You guys are going to be no orders and take a friggin' break. Because they all need to go craft an object and shit. Any dragon? I literally have one left. So, because it's been a while since we've gotten any more baby dragons. So congratulations, you get the last one, Eric. Puff the Magic Dragon is in a constant state of internal rage, cannot tolerate differences in culture, lifestyle, or appearance, and only feels strong cravings and urges and seeks, and doesn't often feel envious of others. Doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and often feels discouraged and is assertive. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she tends to act with compassion. She has little interest in joking around, and she has a greedy streak. Dang it. Much like the OG Puff. Hopefully that's not a prediction. Because that would be very bad. For me and the fort. Also, speaking of me and the fort, I'm actually going to remove wheelbarrows from this. This is going to trigger a whole bunch of hauling jobs. And where are these seeds jobs going from? Because they're running outside for some reason, and I need to figure out where they're getting them. Because this is kind of a problem. Because they should be just putting them right there. So I've got like a seed stockpile somewhere, and I'm not sure where it is. Actually, why don't I just do it this way? Seed. What? Hold on. Okay, you're right there. Just gonna put that there, maybe. Maybe that'll help. Like, I'd rather they run somewhere somewhat inconvenient versus going outside constantly, because that's dangerous. So we're finally all caught up on this. You're working furiously. What all did you grab? Good stuff. It's gonna be very valuable, whatever it ends up being. Oh shit. Domas Amos Dalbil, the metalsmith, has created. I broke him. I broke him. I broke him? I broke him. Gim? I broke him. Anyway, Stazaz Holklo, a rusted metal short sword, and offers it to Thunderfire the Crystal Storm. This is a very schwanky sword. It's worth almost 100,000 Dwarf bucks, and all craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval dolomite cabochons, rose-cut crystal opals. It is studded with rusted metal, decorated with rock bone, encircled with bands of tower cap. This object is adorned with hanging rings of fungi wood and menaces with spikes of beak dog leather. On the item is an image of 2 circles in dolomite. Ballsy. Do I have a sword master who's not pissed? I do. Erush. Why am I not seeing you here? Oh, there you are. You're going to go put away your spear and acquire a stabber. I broke him. Yes, there's a G in there somewhere. It looks kind of unremarkable. Very unassuming. It's like a stealth sword. Oh, this... You're supposed to be crossbows. And, let's just do a... two steel crossbow. And leather quiver. That's about 10 quivers. And, this squad should train. And I need them to go down here to train. Nope, not you. I need them to go down here to train. There we go. Let's also go bars. 17 steel, a little bit of pig iron. Let's make steel bars. And let's do steel bolts, steel bars. No, not steel bars. Steel bolts, iron bolts.
Hello, fair folk. Cryptwave been a bit. Started a new job and haven't been able to catch streams.
Hello,
How is it going, y'all?
Or Packsmack? How's the new job been? I seem to recall you mentioning that you got said new job. But hopefully it's been good so far. Nothing super useful there. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Packsmack and the 39 months? It's the first notification of money since, I think there was a $10 tip in the middle there somewhere, but since Hobo gifted a subscription 2 hours ago, at least on the Twitch side. So thank you. Thank you so much for helping keep the channel funded, because the vile forces of darkness have arrived. There's one war cave dragon. That's coming from Gear Spider. And apparently I need to pee again, so I'm gonna go do that real quick. And then we're gonna fight it. Maybe you believe in internet morning time, which is it's morning when you log on. How you doing, Creed? So he decided to become a baby snatcher operating in the wild. So these are child snatchers here to kidnap my children. And I'm just going to send these 3 squads out to here. Doggy there can be thrown away. And also, you are walking too quickly to where I don't need you to be. I need better ammo access is what I need. Oh, they're already coming in. You can see them. Snatcher, think of the children. Get them, puppers, I mean dragons. So the baby dragons are going to immediately start fighting with the goblins, and they're getting pretty good at it, although we have to be very careful because the dragons, for some reason, aren't all that interested in breathing fire when fighting goblins. That being said, they're still pretty good at fighting with goblins, but that's why I'm bringing the backup over in the form of dwarves to help out the baby Durgans. They seem to be crowding around the trading depot and trying to do their best to make the goblins die. I mean, dragons die. I need to watch them very closely. I mean, I don't need to, but I wanna. Come on, soldiers, get through. Dwarves, I need you to come help these poor dragons because I need to heal them. So I am cheating to keep them healed because they are quite weak, technically, and will die shockingly quickly against goblins. Because for some reason, as I said earlier, they refuse to breathe fire when fighting against siegers. I don't know why. It's quite bizarre, but they don't. If they did, they'd all be dead already. And because my soldiers are still resetting, let's actually just grab them. Confirm. Let's see if that'll speed the process of them turning around. Like, all 3 of the babies would be dead already from that, for reference. Specs of my computer. Ryzen 7800X 3D, 32 gigs of RAM, and a 3070. That's all the relevant stuff anyway. Bunch of M.2 drives and such. Radish is having a hard time. I just need, the thing is, like, I can't have a squad training like right here because there's a lot of things that will just instantly kill this squad. Yeah, like that's the weird thing. Like, if it's a giant or an Etten or a Titan or any kind of Mega Beast, they'll immediately breathe fire. If it's a siege, they won't. And I don't know why that is. I can't figure out any reasonable reasons as to why either. The only one that I can think of, which is a theory, is maybe they've made it so that they don't do that, so that you could reasonably use them as part of squads. But, like, aside from that, like, yeah, I don't know. There goes one goblin. You're okay, you're okay, you're okay, you're okay, you're okay, you're okay. Okay, the dragons are winning now. That's where we need to be. Yeah, no, it would make sense if they were trained as war animals or if, like, they were near dwarves, but they just kind of do it all the time. Like, I had some people commenting that they're not shooting fire through fortifications, which they used to do, to be fair. And all I can really think is that the reason they're not shooting fire through fortifications is because they're just not shooting fire at siegers anymore. Because they used to do that. So there's an ambush, curse them. Oh, hey, they've got mounts. They grew up so fast. Let's follow Rookie. Or mayhaps Donut. Also gonna change the kill various command to just station right there command. There goes Lolar. And it seems that they've all panicked. Yeah, no, they've destroyed all of this a couple of times. It's pretty funny when it happens, actually. Like, they've ignited the bridge and they've ignited the doors. I have a feeling they're just going to leave, but we'll see. Swag, thank you very much for the 14-month with Prime. 14 beers for 14 months, chat. Although, to be totally fair, like, I am doing things that are kind of outside of, like... Not like the game isn't capable of doing it, but I'm doing things that, like, are pretty fringe when it comes to Dwarf Fortress. Just trying to catch these elk birds. They're literally trying to outrun the elk birds. Are you gonna catch one? Come on, you can do this. The elk birds are getting tired. Goblin dropped their spear. Come on, Dwarf. You got this. Did you just... Wow, stab the goblin enough that it can't bleed. So that dwarf chasing the goblin managed to stab the goblin in the upper body with her spear, which tore the heart, while, like, sprinting after them. That's kind of incredible, actually. Oh my god. It's a wild elk bird chase, that's for sure. Come on, you goddamn Olympic sprinter. Look at that. Holy crap. Get him! Yes, you do have Burr. Also, the beer emoji also works. Thank you. This is a crowdfunded channel, so I do greatly appreciate the Prime subs because that is one of the things that absolutely helps keep the channel funded and free of corporate marketing. So thank you. Just bolts are flying. That was a bad choice there, Goblin. Who's chasing you this time? It's Donut! Get him, Donut! You got this! Now we're talking. The elk birds can only run so long. Next to Donut, we have Lanix, who's also doing an excellent job chasing the goblin. They took his hand off just a minute ago, and they caught him. And the elk bird. I do wonder how many of them are left. 2 from the looks of things. I have a feeling they're just leaving. Yeah, it looks like it. Yep, there they go. Be gone, Gob. What? assume we're missing one. Where's the third one? It's probably just chased away and I have to go get him. Killed one goblin. Killed 7 goblins. 5 years old. You're 5 years old. I'm sure somebody's pen pasturing that dragon. There you are. Where did D's run off to? Has a tavern going through it? Oh, just like one of those really cool map shares? That's neat. You love to see it. Hey, Goat Swarm. It's good to see you, man. Yeah, I guess I could move a squad down here. I don't know where you're currently training. Nowhere, I guess. Eric and squad can go train again. Let's see where you head to. Should be going up. Looks like it. Yeah, okay, so in YouTube chat, Gutenberg Craft says, I think that at any raid, shields blocks fire. If you look at those goblins, most of the goblins haven't been bringing shields. That's the first thing, because they're pretty small sieges. And then the second thing is, yes, shields can block fire, but you'll still see smoke, and you'll still see, like, evidence that they're shooting fire. So you're just going to, I guess, have to trust me that they are not, in fact, shooting fire. Because they are most assuredly not. Which is odd, like they should be. Make some more tetrahedrite bins. As we are working on those, and how are we digging? Where are we digging? Very deep underground at the minute. Okay. Let's also dig out this, and see where we've gotten to. Clearly gotten far enough into these that I'm not currently seeing any charcoal, so let's do some more prospecting, shall we? Make the corners a little bit more efficient. Easier to path through and such. All right. But down in here, we're doing the more important of the digging. In short, digging through adamantine. Which I'm going to automate a little bit. And that right there needs to be fortified, so let's see what's on the other side of it. Let's update a bunch of your stuff. A bunch of dwarves have stuff available that they need to go get. And we'll see what's on the other side of that. Are ramps better than stairs? No. They're almost exactly the same. They're slightly more dangerous. Dwarves can slip down them. I'm using ramps in a lot of places because I have this fortress set up to bring wagons into the fort, or had it set up to do that. I've stopped doing that. Are they better? They're different. It's like different use cases. It's like two pretty distinctly different mechanics, I guess, is what you're asking about here. Better? No. Different use? Yes. Inconvenient in some ways, because it always takes them longer to climb stairs than it will to climb, or it takes them longer to climb ramps than it would to climb stairs. They can slip down ramps, but they don't slip down stairs. So different. Helmets, shields, and weapons. Something evil is emerging from the sprocket that I've newly exposed, which is here. This is a haunt of snow. This haunt of snow doesn't have access to the fort because it is stuck behind a fortification. So I'm going to bring the crossbow dwarves down to fight with it. A throne is what I find myself using adamantine for the most, but like head armor, foot armor, hand armor, and shields and weapons is what I find myself using it for the most. I just need them to stand in front of this. So I just need them to decide to walk over there, which eventually they will. And if they don't, we'll wait until they do. I could also put them up above one layer and then dig down into it, which also is fine, but a little bit more dangerous. It's okay, though. I'm waiting for more militia. What about you, chat? What do you find yourself using adamantine for the most, if you're using adamantine for something? Or are you just like, I have no idea what the hell you're talking about, streamer? That's also fair. Full armor? I tend to, if you're wondering about armor, I tend to not make chest armor because it just requires so much of it. Because it's like, what, 8 wafers or whatever per chest piece? I find it just very inefficient. And I like helms because they're obvious and heads are important. So you want the heads to be protected, because I do think that is important. I'm just going to wait a minute for those ads. So I do have a thing which I call the daily minimum, chat, which is if I hit the daily minimum and I stream for 8 hours, I've made minimum wage. And where are we at currently? We are currently $115 US away from the daily minimum. Actually, no, sorry. We are 105 days off dollars off the daily minimum because I got a $10 tip earlier. So if you use a Prime sub, that is about $3 closer to the daily minimum. So if you happen to have a Prime sub available, do think about me. And if I don't make it, I'll survive. But it's nice when I do make it. Kitten Crad in YouTube chat says, Blind, you got me so into Dwarf Fortress, and I love it. Thank you. No problem, dude. Also, I'm seeing a couple other people saying spears as well, so. And weapons in general. I will say, I do like making stuff out of adamantine that's, like, ridiculous and wasteful. Just because I think it's kind of baller. It's like, I quite enjoy making like adamantine furniture as an example. What happened to all my gold coins? Any Hydra? I'm gonna just asterisk and say you probably don't want a Hydra, because they're the ones getting butchered the most. So if you're sure that you want a Hydra, we're out of dragons, by the way, I'll give you one. But just note that you're the most likely to get butchered. And also the least useful. You're essentially just livestock. What would I like to see? Exactly what Tarn makes. One of my thoughts on the Magic expansion, the best thing to ask is go watch my Magic video that I uploaded a few weeks ago. Because that kind of runs through everything that's been promised and the stuff that I am interested in. What do I think about it? I hope it lives up to expectations. Outside of that, I don't know. I kind of don't like speculating on things that are not confirmed, and just running through the roadmap is a bit samey. So that is confirming that you are okay with the possibility of your Hydra getting butchered. Okay, well, Blurp is the Hydra, and I will name the Hydra cage. Archer Mente was here. And then we'll do one of these. So, just so that you have some immortality in case you get deleted. He actively avoids exciting or stressful situations and does not generally respond to emotional appeals. He's confident under pressure and argues with himself because of his multiple heads. He is dour as a rule, except for the 7th head, which is quite happy. And he is curious and eager to learn, except for the 4th head, which hates it. He sometimes can act without deliberation. That's mostly the 2nd and 3rd head. And is brave in the face of imminent danger, except for the 7th head, who's just screaming the whole time. And he tries to do things correctly each time, often is nervous, prefers to present himself modestly, and likes to keep things practical, and often delves deeply into the abstract, except for 7, who's sleeping when they do that. And I will just slaughter another Hydra. One of the babies, of course. Hi-ho, it's deeper we dig and go. Because we're already finding more coal. And gems. And more gems. We'll just take those out because they're there. Oh, looks like they got it at some point, which is good. Send that squad back to working. And these dwarves get to continue slowly digging away at the adamantine. Yeah, apologies if I seem pushy when it comes to money and whatnot, but it's part of the job, I think. There we go. Got an elf put to rest who was a ghost. Slaughtered the bonus Hydra. Incredible regeneration. Yeah, I've been thinking about like moving the dragons back a little bit and then putting some of the Hydras up here. Like if I were to put a pen pasture up here, then maybe I could use that for the Hydras, but like I also don't want them to like attack traders, you know? Did we lose Tiny Smoke? I've been artificially keeping all of the baby dragons alive, but I haven't gotten any more dragons since that initial run of hatchlings, and they're all named. So Smoget and Tiny Smog are both alive still. They're just all over here. Because I was worried that maybe Mom and Dad weren't making babies because there was too many babies in the premises, but that doesn't actually seem to be the case. Let's go attack the goblins again. Actually, hold up. Do you have any animals assigned? No. Send the secondary squad to go attack this place. Because my dwarves got taken over by them, which I'm not a huge fan of. Used to put them underground. Oh, true, actually. That's not a bad idea. Put them underground to deal with forgotten beasts. Maybe I should, like, instead of butchering the Hydras, use them to help fight the underworld. Because I was going to use a combination of dragons and soldiers and, like, bolt throwers, but maybe I should use Hydra to fight the underworld. It's an idea. I'm also just gonna go across here. Just make a big ass ammo dump. I would assume so. I've never tested it. Genuine statement. Don't actually know, so I'm guessing it will. Do animals fight while chained? Yes, but then they have less dodging options, so it's not wise. If you're gonna make animals fight, it's better to just set them up in a way where they're less likely to get blasted by something threatening. Bronze Colossus? No. No, I'm just killing the Bronze Colossus. Bronze Colossus are, like, actually kind of weak. At least when you're at the nonsense level that I'm at here. Literally everything is, Miri. Unless it's Trap Avoid, which Hydra are not. So only web spitters are, actually, more specifically, only things that shoot webs are not vulnerable to webs. Because only things that shoot webs have natural immunity to webs.
Hey hee hello.
Hi, hello. How are you? Thanks for the 4th month. Welcome back, mate. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Appreciate you greatly. Trucking slowly towards that daily minimum. Other ways you can help out the stream, by the way, is you could go to blindIRL.com/support, which will take you to a website, which will give you all of the best ways to support the channel financially outside of the standard ones. And it'll also tell you exactly what the different splits are on the different platforms. Chat, could I please get a big round of beers for BGS lurkers? When somebody resubs, that's what we do. We post beers. So I need you guys to post some beers. You can Google it. How did you, while mining adamantine, know a certain tile had a protector or a beast in it? So I, Googling almost anything in Dwarf Fortress will very rarely give you a positive result. There was a while there where Google was, useful, but it's, it's so, non-useful anymore. The way I'm doing this is I'm building glass. Glass makes the layer beneath opaque, and so I can see open spaces beneath the layer that I'm building the glass on. Essentially, it's sort of a wall hack. It's kind of a sketchy exploit, but it is technically using intentional mechanics, so and I also kind of am annoyed by digging too deeply like this. I find it frustrating, so I do it. Basically, no, it's not. Well, Dwarven X-ray is something specific and also something very different. All right, no, I guess that's more Dwarven radar. Or no, sonar. Dwarven sonar is the other thing I'm thinking of. But no, I'm just using glass as a way to peek through and see what's underneath. Yeah, it lets me see where the liquids are. That's the farm tile exploit, yeah. Yeah, so as you can see, I can see water beneath it. I know that there's lava there because I can see it, but if I go down a level, the lava's not there, but I can see the lava. There's nothing down here that's a threat, so I could just basically dig out all of this, and this will be safe. I can dig out all of that. I can dig out that. I can dig out that. There's lava right there. I can go down here. I can tell them to dig up all this, etc. But like, I don't know what's behind this. There could be something threatening behind this. So that's how I'm doing that. Although ironically, Google being shit is kind of funny for Dwarf Fortress because it like keeps traditions alive, you know? Like Dwarf Fortress is a game that like historically it was always easiest to learn if you just went and asked somebody a question, and it's still kind of that way. For 4 months of playing, it's not bad. That's like 100 hours a month. That's pretty good value for money for playing on Steam. That's pretty good, BGS. But my day's going pretty good. No real complaints. I was like super goddamn groggy this morning. Like I went to bed at a reasonable time. I went to bed at 11:30. I woke up at like 10 to 8. So like I slept enough. But I just kind of felt like ass this morning. I don't really know why. I'm also going to change some things. Let's set you to 3. And, oops, nope, not you. And you to 3. I'm just going to say when there's at least... not less than... Exactly, not at least. Amount is at most available 4, then do 3. And then you make adamantine wafers when adamantine strands is greater than 4. And you're going to make 3 wafers, yeah. From a technical... I genuinely want to know. I'll never have this number because there's no way to know this number. I want to know how many people continued playing Dwarf Fortress because of me or didn't quit playing Dwarf Fortress because of me. Whenever I ask chat, it's always like most of us, because like, you know, it's not the best data asking chat that question, but it's one of those things that will like always kind of fascinate me because like, I don't know, I kind of take it for granted a little bit. Like there's some, I'm sorry, I'm going to throw up in my mouth when I say this. There's some influencers who are very... content creators, or whatever term you want to use, are very, very, very... It's very clear how much of an impact they have on games when they cover a game. Just because of how people leave reviews for things, or like, you know, there are people who will like just one-off review a random game, and it'll be immediately obvious like how much of an impact that had because, you know, like half the audience leaves a comment or leaves a pointed review stating like some sort of catchphrase or something. But like because I primarily cover this game and it's just like a constant, it's really hard to tell. My squad has returned. Let's see how they did. I snuck into the place that I previously conquered and the goblins conquered back. Tried asking about 2011. You couldn't read the Matrix, but you helped me learn the game when it came to Steam. Yep. Have you ever messed with C Matrix, Paxmac? It's just like the Matrix thing, except it's actually like names of your folders. The defenders were led by a goblin. They clashed with 488 goblins, slaying 10. Okay, so if it's mostly just goblins, I'd be willing to bet I could just send all of my squads. So I'm just going to send a big block of squads, and we're going to go attack Hex Wonders to send both of these squads, I think. We're actually going to go pillage. But we're going to wait until the commander of that squad's back, Eric, and then we're going to send them back out. It's going to be both of those squads heading out, so best of luck, dwarves. the legendary Weed McGeet, and the legendary Eric. Only 33 years old. Oh my god. Such a young dwarf. You bounced off, you bounced on DF and then read Boat Murdered and tried again. Dwarf Fortress just had, especially in like the late 2000s, early 10s, like had a way of just reappearing in gaming discourse, like consistently. Are you incapable of... Oh, I see, yeah, you are. That it just had a way of like reappearing consistently. Now, a dwarf may have just died here. I'm actually not sure. I wasn't looking at the population. Actually, let's not do that. But what's this? This is a fancy item. This is a large glowing metal coat. Craftsmanship is of the highest quality. That's cool. Rock hatchling hatched. The bride. Said no one. So, like, I don't know. I think I bounced off Dwarf Fortress just as much as anybody in chat. Because I, you know, played several times over the years and bounced off it many times over the years. The polar bear woman Scholar Glass has discovered foraging behavior and diet of creatures. Well, that's exciting. Hold up. Satisfied after making a breakthrough on concerning the foraging behavior and diet of creatures. Really makes me wonder, like, is there a way to, like, know what books that you've made? Probably not, hey? Okay, so I do have quite a bit of writing material in here. Meaning you could probably write a book now, hey? Everybody's always, like, immediately making it weird. I don't know what you mean by that, Necrontier, but... And reproductive behavior is always one of those, like, things that chat is incapable of not making kind of weird. It's literally just very simple. Dwarf is a fucking natural, like, studying animals. Puppies. Let's slaughter like 80% of these. Sorry, puppers. Best conditions for use for recurring shearing animal order. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure they grow their hair back once a season. So number of animals approximately that you want sheared that are in your fortress per season is what I do. And I don't get any cancellations, really. Actually. I appear to somehow have managed to run out of a bunch of different types of seeds. Which is actually weird. I don't know how I did that. Did I sell them maybe? Actually, that's not where I'm supposed to go. Where the hell are my plump helmet seeds? Bruh. Okay, but like, why don't you just bring the whole bag? Weird. I'm just going to do something a little silly. I'm just gonna dump this. I realize that there's some valuable items in here. It's probably not entirely worth doing this. But it was left by traders, and there's something going on with it that's a problem that I don't want. I'm then going to go up to this middle cavern section. We're going to reset our seeds. That's what we're going to do. Under skills and knowledge? Sure, but it doesn't state if they've written a book on it. It just says the topics that they know. So they could have, like, discovered, like, one of the most complex, impossible to understand topics and have written 50 books on it, and it'll just be like, they know dance or whatever. It's not super specific. Like, it doesn't say what books they've written. Like, it'll say that they know an essay, but it's not going to say whether or not they know an essay or they wrote that essay. Like, that could be they read the essay once. That could be they wrote the essay. So it's basically just written content is the only, like, actual clear-cut, rock-solid statement of, we know this. Excellent. No, you're supposed to do this. I can safely say that when you're live, most of the times I prefer to watch you playing instead of playing yourself. Best fort of yours so far. This one? Well, that's cool. I get that a lot, Absurd, and I wonder if it's a recency bias thing, because I do get a lot of people in literally every fort I'm playing, with some exceptions. I think Squidward, the ocean fort that I played recently, a lot of people are just like, nah, this one's kind of boring. But I'd say most of the forts I play, somebody says it's their favorite fort, or the best one I've done. One of my dwarves wrote, "Can distillation save the world?" My favorite occurrence of, like, multiple dwarves writing books in a fort was I had a dwarf that discovered pulleys, and then two dwarves that pondered pulleys for a really long time, and they kept arguing, and they kept writing books with very funny titles. So one of them would write a book that would be something like, "Pulleys, can pulleys save the world?" Or "Pulleys, a beginner's guide," and "A wizard's guide to pulleys," followed by "Pulleys, will they destroy us?" Pulleys, a farce. Pulleys were a mistake. Pulleys were, this. Pulleys were that. Pulleys were the worst thing. Like, as far as it was like differing opinions of propaganda. It was just back and forth. Disagreements on pulleys. Truly one of the funnier things I've encountered over the years. Let's make that into a pit pond. Maybe we can put that out. The discourse on pulleys, yes. How many layers left? I don't know. I won't know until we get there. This is one of those, like, somewhere in the next 5 to 10 layers. It could be the next one. It could be 10 down. It could be 20 down. Well, actually, it's not going to be 20 down because that would be the bottom of the bottom. Somewhere in the next 15 layers. If I knew, I would tell you. But when I find it, I'm not going to dig into it right away because I'm going to first set up a bunch of like actual defense structures. Oops, wrong screen. Let's get one of the mark stores down here. I'm also going to dig down through this because that'll make life a lot safer. Gosh. Okay, so that is putting that out. That's good, but then it just keeps recatching. So we just need the lava down there to go away. Deep within this place, we've uncovered what must be treasures of God, which is large translucent metal shoes. That's a weird thing, but okay. A weird thing. Need 2 anvils. Iron anvil. What else does the king need? Make a short sword. Is it 1 shoe or 2 shoes? It's 2. It's a pair, but it's large, which means it's human or bigger, and so I'm not going to assign it to anybody. It's just going to go into a stockpile. Probably get sold. I don't really need them anymore. So, about to get hit by ads, so I will pause the game when the ads hit. And you can go back to training. The squads have all left the map to go invade the goblins. As a reminder to everybody, if you want to help keep the channel funded, the best way to do that is by subscribing to the channel, either with Prime or directly. I just want to say a real quick thank you, though, to everybody who's tuning in on the Saturday stream. I historically have always done best on the weekdays, which has always been a little bit funny to me, but... Devil done! Just gonna count something real quick. 2... you just added 30% more subscriptions onto the stream. You're one of the real ones. Thank you very much, mate. Also, I just want to say, you can get onto the leaderboard for bits by just simply cheering $1.01. But at the same time, just thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you guys. You need 1 more penny, Anonymous, but you're almost there. You can do it. Not that it's a race, but it can be a race if you want it to be. Most people should be through the ads now. Why baby dragons? What do you mean, why baby? Why not? God damn it. And they're still refusing to make more baby dragons. Maybe I can give them some incentives. There you go, Anonymous. You did it. You took the silly challenge. Respect, man. We're gonna go feed a Cyclops to my dragons, and maybe that'll sate their hunger and allow them to make more dragons. This Cyclops has been in my fortress for quite some time. It is crying. It's already bleeding because The two dragons are immediately clawing at its lower body, bruising the stomach and bruising the stomach. And it goes thunk. And see ya. Oop, well, didn't need those nest boxes anyway. I may actually need to make some more. Yep. Let's make 5 rock nest boxes, and I'll make them out of a shale. Since they don't have any nest boxes, maybe we should give them some more fun. How about a nut? Nope. Nope. How about we send in a minotaur? Aban, Bell crew here. The result is quite violent? It's not that bad. I mean, they're completely tameable, so, like... It's only violent or sketchy if you have criminals in your fort that they try to attack. Because if they sneeze, like, suddenly half of the fort is dead, but... I don't know, it's been less sketchy than other animals I've raised. There was a lot of behaviors that were fixed with the dragons not super long ago. So it's also possible that you're thinking of an earlier era before they made them not randomly just kill any neutral creature, which they used to do, admittedly. But not so much anymore. I'm doing this, digging those two out just so that I can get this area a little bit safer. That is not the tool I wanted. It's a little bit annoying. How about I do that, and then just put a couple more pit pawn zones here. So do you ever stare at your... So Hearts watch TV. I assume that you play this game. Do you ever just stare at your combat logs? Because if you do, your combat logs will often have, like, dog is fighting with dwarf. Or cat is fighting with goblin. And these are all, like, neutral creatures fighting with neutral entities. When a dog fights with a goblin, it's usually because the goblin is doing something it's not supposed to be. Or the goblin is too drunk. Or the goblin is, like, being a problem for some reason. There we go. I got rid of it, finally. And this is normal. This happens. And is quite common. That creatures will get into little scuffs with other entities around the world. Or in the map. Not technically an issue. It is the game working as intended. But the difference is when a dog gets into a fight with a goblin because, like, they're trying to occupy the same tile or they're, you know, causing issues for some reason. The dog will just bite, claw, scratch, nip, you know, normal things. Most dwarves or goblins, worst case scenario, you get a cut. Most of the time, they just jump out of the way. Dragons cough up a ball of fire so hot that it'll melt the sun. Right? And that's slightly more problematic. Which actually, now that I'm thinking about this backwards, maybe that's what they changed. Maybe they made it so that whenever they're in a fight with a potential fortress member, they don't breathe fire. Maybe that was the fix. That would actually explain why they're no longer breathing fire at invading goblins. That would make sense. Because that would make them about as dangerous in your fort as, like, a bear. Which is still dangerous. But, like, even if they're tame. Because little tiny bits of combat kill things. Demons are immune to fire, but dragon fire is not fire. Onyx. In YouTube chat. So maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe that's what they did to fix that. Uzol, Metalsmith, is entering into a strange mood. So looking down, I'm not seeing any too deep and greedy places down here, which is good. And our dwarf here grabs adamantine wafers. So we're getting an adamantine artifact, chat. Ain't that fun? You used to play mostly adventure mode? Yeah, I mean, adventure mode is a lot of, like, micro min-maxing if you want to play optimally, or, like, very wide exploring, but... Yeah, I think my wishes for adventure mode are pretty clear. I just wish that every entity in a city had some sort of pattern, like a place they go during the day, a place they go at night, and a place they go once every 3 days for a break or something. I wish that it was easier to find quests and where quests are supposed to be dropped off. And I wish that, like, they're getting there with that, actually. There's some quest infrastructure now that's better. And the last thing that I wish is that I could just dig and build. I know building was in there previously, but like right now, it's just like delivering one thing from one fortress to another. Like that's all I use it for. I don't use it for much outside of that. Yeah, this is, like, concerning. Oh. Well, that explains why seeds were so fucked up. Like, kind of a lot, actually. Let's just pull that. And then do another harvest underground. I mean, to the contrary, King of Knolls, the difficulty options in adventure mode are quite literally the amount of points you start with for skills. So if you don't like grinding, just start on easy. And then you'll more or less just start with enough points to max out at least the important stuff. Or have good enough that, like, you are a threat to everything around you. A mountain titan named Bustsum, which makes me feel good, has arrived. A great three-eyed Dimetrodon. It has a curling trunk and it moves deliberately. Its brown scales are jagged and overlapping. Beware its webs. My squad did return, actually. Let's see how that did first, then we'll fight that. So this was me attacking a goblin location with a population of 5,000. Yeah, no, more like any kind of context-sensitive menus, even similar to like what Legends mode has right now, Kage Time. But you know, we're in a Fortress mode update cycle right now, so I have a feeling that if I were willing to bet, I mean, I obviously don't know what the schedule is going forward, I'm willing to bet that when this scheduled Fortress mode update cycle is done, we'll go from that to an adventure mode one, because they're supposed to work on building again, right? 396 goblins were slayed. Okay, where's this Titan? Look at you. Look at you! You killed a peregrine falcon woman? I think my baby dragon's got this. What do you think, chat? So you walked away when you were discussing the discovery of translucent metal boots and the artifact of the gods, and I was weirdness about Dwarf Fortress, and I wish that there was some more exotic materials that are maybe workable only by specific entities. There are, and they are generally referred to. Well, you're dead. That's what happens when you wait for the mayor. Run, mayor! Get him, Deez! Come on, buddy. Deez is clawing at the Mountain Titan. My mare was managed to get caught in a web, but survived, and the beast is dead. Eat these flames, more like. Actually, let's move you a few this way. Called D's? Well, we got D's, Meissner the Cooked, and Radish. So, the metalsmith Uzal has created an adamantine barrel named Rulfob and offers it to the Crystal Storm. Chat, quick. What do you think the value of an adamantine barrel is? $140,700 Dwarf bucks. This is an adamantine barrel. Our craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It's decorated with cushion, emerald cabochons, marquee cut citrons, and decorated with fungi wood. It's encircled with bands of cave spider silk. It menaces with spikes of dog leather. On the item is an image of Rough Mystery, the dwarf in adamantine. Odom Rough Mystery. On an item is an image of Sore Spite, the smoke of ice, the bulky adamantine left gauntlet and pigtail. On the item is an image of an emerald cut gem in fungi wood. Of course it has gems. It's an artifact. Put it in the tavern. It'll end up in the... I'm going to use it for its intended purpose, I think. And, well... I mean... I guess I could put it on a pedestal in the tavern, but, like... I don't think it needs to.
Stupid cheered.
Stupid.
X100.
Thanks for the $1. Appreciate you. Helping to bump up the volume of pennies in the chat. I mean, it would be a little bit difficult to specifically fill it up with wine. I guess I care about that one, but I kind of just want it to be used for what it's intended for. But filling it up with something specific and then putting it on a pedestal, quite difficult. Just putting on a pedestal, very easy. So you can just put it on a pedestal. Let's go attack this Dark Goblin Pit again. Random dwarf's been found dead. Right. Yeah, that was the militia dwarf who was in the wrong place at the very wrong time. Sunberry wine. I haven't had any sunberries in this fort. I would have bought them from the elves if they brought them, but they just haven't. It's kind of unfortunate. Oh, I need to do that. That would help. I think my neighbors just woke up because I always hear one of them sneeze. Like right when my neighbors get up, I hear a sneeze. Let's be a little bit ballsy. Not super ballsy, just a little bit. Deep within this place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. Oh, look at that! It's a dark metal scepter, a dark metal crown, and a dark metal amulet. I don't know why I'm talking like that. Champion? You can have the crown and the amulet. And Captain of the Gird can have the scepter. So that's yeah, Sandberg, who's also ex-military. Not generally. They're just like random. So like there's 3 weird things that you can find in those little open boxes: items, angels, and demons. Does it mean an angel died there? No, it just means that gods put them there. Or in that case, in the reality's case, the game decided to put stuff there. I've never made adamantine clothing. I don't know. King of Knolls. I actually do not know because I've never done it. But I don't disagree. Or if they do degrade, they should degrade so slowly that, like, you never notice it, right? That I should probably smooth and peek behind. Probably the actual, like, smart thing to do here. Same with this. Same with that. Same with that. I'm also going to dig through you and you. I'm going to go up here and go green glass. Let's put some extras in. Let's see what's on the other side of that. Let's dig down into you and dig down into you. That'll give me a nice clear view of the location of the lava. There's also something fun right there. So maybe I dig up all this, channel out that, build stairs down into here, and then peek on the other side. Seems reasonable to me. I don't actually, like, have many FPS problems in this game anymore. Like, at least not in comparison to what used to be, like, considered normal FPS issues. Like, it is rare for me to go low enough that the frame rate's an issue. Like, quite rare. Did somebody just catch fire? I don't actually know. Yes, Meng did. I'm just going to extinguish this so I can just bury the body because it's easier. That's unfortunate. Rest in peace, Meng. And I am aware that, like, some of that is just the computer that I have. Like, I do have a very good computer. But, like, the Ryzen 7800 X3D or just any of the Ryzen X3D chips are extremely good at running this game. And became plane engines under a bigger world. It's larger populations. Although, what versions did you play primarily? Hearts Watch? Because if it was like pre-Steam, then yeah. This computer, I can't run a fort with 150 dwarves above like 20 or above 20 to 30 FPS in version 47, but in the current version, there has been multiple patches that have given me 100% plus frame rate increases. So, like, maybe the biggest one was in November 2023. I had a fortress that went from about 15 frames a second to 70. Also, World Gen is, like, so much faster. It's, like, not even the same activity anymore. You don't have to get the Steam version if you don't want to. And what I'll say is, as an example, if I just go to Steam right now, it's very obvious on the Steam Workshop, but it's also on like DFFD and all the old shit. But there is a mod called Hewn. Hewn is a tile set which is compatible. Like, none of the old tile sets are compatible, but this is a tile set that is compatible with version 50 plus, and you can install the free old school version from the version 50 of the free version, which just is in ASCII, and use these graphics if you want to try getting back into it. There's links on this page to everything, so like you can grab the prepackaged one, but I think it's a version behind the prepackaged one. So just go download the most recent version and set it up. It's pretty simple. The one thing I will note is the frame rate, or not, like the game runs a lot better, and there's a lot of lovely changes. Like you can engrave like constructed walls and floors. You can do all sorts of things that are significantly more convenient and play way better than older versions. However, the hotkeys are all different, so just go in knowing that, since you played the older versions. So you will have to relearn parts of the game because of that. But if you've learned it once, you can absolutely learn it again. It's almost like having a ton of cache makes the processor fast. Yeah. Also, just for those of you who maybe missed it because you just never knew, World Gen, to generate like a 500-year-old world, used to take, not this computer because I wasn't actively playing back then, but a 500-year-old world would take me about 4 hours if it was a large world to generate. And the reason World Gen used to take so long is because there was it's not really an error or a bug, it's more of like just a not the best use of optimization in World Gen before like the game released on Steam, which Putnam actually found independently by reverse engineering the game. Essentially what was happening was whenever a creature would write a book, they would check every single book in existence before writing their book to make sure that that book didn't mention that topic or themselves, including their own books. And they're not actually able to write books about books that they haven't read, so they were essentially just like wasting data, and it was exponential. So like, you know, you'd have a world with 100 books, and they'd all have to check it 100 times, and you have 150 people trying to write books, and they all have to check all 100 books for every book, and so it would just slow down world gen. And so they changed that when the game released on Steam, and so version 50 onward, like, world gen is like significantly fucking faster. And then there's another thing that changed, which is in version 47 and before, the graphics were rendered on the CPU. So if you were using a tile set back in the day, the game ran noticeably worse. At least like keystrokes and like a lot of things felt worse about the playability of the game back then if you were using graphics. But now the game runs in SDL2 instead of SDL, which makes it significantly better in that regard. I'm actually just going to dig through this. And get this smoothed, and then fortify this. And then we'll channel through at the top, I think. What is this? This is a Periwinkle Brute. There was also an issue with World Gen crashing that got fixed around the same time, which was creatures that could not speak would discover poems and try to write them. But because they couldn't speak, they couldn't do it. So if some sort of generated creature tried to write something that was speechless, the game would crash in World Gen. Which is very funny. I have no language and I must write. That's how hieroglyphs were born, I think. Don't tell a kobold. Yeah, don't tell a kobold about a haiku. It'll melt their little noggins. Still, monitor capture. I was like, looking over, I'm like, I'm on the wrong side. Ironically, not actually as much as some people think I have. King of Knolls. The real fucked up thing is, guess how big my Dwarf Fortress install is? King of Knolls. And this isn't including the portions of it that are backed up on my server and not actually on my main computer. You're actually like almost on the money. It's about 160. Just in world saves that I've backed up. And those are just the ones I've decided to keep. Which is funny, because Dwarf Fortress is what, like a 350 megabyte install, and like 320 megs of that is music and like sprites. Let's just forbid that. So that's going to cut out this up here. Let's check you and update this. Oh yeah, also, if you haven't played since before Steam, Mark's dwarves work the way you expect them to. Ammo works the way you expect it to, and siege weapons are good now. Yeah, I think that's the TLDR on that. And I'm using adamantine picks because digging through different types of material takes different time based on the density of material. So digging through adamantine takes 12,000 years. So I'm doing the best I can, but it takes a while. Get him, Dwarfus. Oh, also, the way ammo works in adventure mode is completely different now. So instead of like going to notch an arrow and then it's like, it's gonna take 12 years for for your dwarves to actually be able to like notch that arrow, or like 10 ticks or whatever.
Crypt arrived, hey ho, Crypty.
Rolf, thank you very much for the 46th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Yeah, that was in the update from the other day, like a week ago, that they wear boots properly now. Essentially, like the way it worked before is you would just start like loading and then you could shoot, right? Now you can, it's like a 15 tick or 8 tick, depending on your skill with crossbows or bows, where you notch it and can have it like preloaded and ready to go. And you can select where on the body to aim at in adventure mode. And you can tell them to put ammo into barracks, and if there's a chest or a coffer in the barracks, they will put the ammo into the chest or the coffer, and we'll use them as like supply depots. But as far as footwear on squads goes, I mean, this one's off duty, but yeah. I don't know why you don't have your footwear on. Probably just busy, or yeah, probably just busy. Let's see if I can make them go a little closer. Yeah, so they're terrified while in conflict. So what I could do is I could just dig into it. I think that's what we'll do. We'll just let this injured beastie out. It'll actually make this much easier. It's a bit of a risk, but... How's your weekend going, Rolf? It's good to see you, man. Oh, also, during sieges, I don't know how closely you follow the game, Heartswatch, but during sieges, they're smarter now and try to avoid your traps. And the enemy siegers can break your walls. They can dig. They can build. They don't dig or build a lot by default, but you can turn those settings up if you want to hate your life. They can like hang back and like avoid unwinnable fights for them until you come out to them. They send significantly more skilled soldiers. They have a lot more mount variety. Necromancers can properly summon nightmares again, which I want to say that was a thing in like 47.05 and then not for a long time, but it's terrifying. Humans have arrived to trade, speaking of terrifying. Oh yeah, also there's a rock on the surface. I should probably deal with that. Oh, never mind, I guess it's dead. I was a little bit too busy dealing with the periwinkle brute. Oh, actually, that must have been my own squatty. Anyway, it's dead now. They did lose one squad member. That's unfortunate, but life goes on. 2? 3? Shit. That went way worse than I thought it did. Oh, it's still alive. That's why. I presume they'd already killed it. Get him, boys! Cat fog, eh? Although, There's Clad. I'm gonna forbid all this. You don't see, what's it called? Boogeymen anywhere near as often anymore. Four Tails, no! This is actually like the first one of these that I've had go wrong. Just forbid everything down there. Not even sure what item you're going to go store in a bin. Smithy Fem. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hey, chat, can I get a round of Fs? Things are going bad-ish. Maybe not that bad, but... my mayor's been reelected. I don't know if I would reelect the mayor after they let this happen. Actually, I think the mayor just died. Yeah, I think the mayor just died. Nope, I misread. Just an unrelated bard. Ta-ta for now, don't fail me. Okay, the creature's finally fallen. Dacost is going to die. Having been shaken around by the neck. The mayor didn't die, no, that was a previous mayor, or the same mayor getting reelected. I thought the mayor died, but no, it wasn't the mayor. And the squad returns from the outside. So the rock that attacked us was actually the game telling me that my own rock was attacking me because, you know, the game doesn't know the difference between mega beasts that are friendly and mega beasts that are not. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Let's just place a bunch of tombs in here. Oh, well, that was brutal. It's good to know, though, because we'll have to fight more things of that strength. I may actually move the Hydras down into here. Like, maybe place the Hydras, like, right here. Or at least 2 of them, perhaps? Yeah. Keep the rest. We'll see you later, Weed. Thanks for hanging out, mate. As per usual. Such tomb. It's gonna be kind of brutal for moods, I think. Let's do some quick trading here. I don't really care about the fancy god fabric tunics because I can't wear them anyway. They're always damaged by the time we get them. Same with those. So see how much of this we get up here. Maybe also some meals. Which, even though they've been nerfed, for anybody who knows, you knows, even though they've been nerfed, they're still very valuable. Yeah, well, a lot of dwarves just died, so it makes sense why there's a lot of body hauling. How did that last siege go? We went and pillaged a goblin location with 5,000 people once more, this time with 2 squads and an army of rocks. No, absolutely, especially if you micromanage them, Paxmac. We'd outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. They clashed with 477 goblins, slaying 7. One of my rocks, Purple Dwayne, struck down a goblin. One of my rocks, Servesh, struck down a goblin. One of my rocks struck down a goblin. They're clashing with hundreds of goblins, slaying 7, slaying 10, slaying 10, slaying 10, slaying 10, slaying 10. We're down to 300 goblin soldiers there. What are we down to? Still in the 5,000s. Oof. Let's just attempt to raise the location. Let them go do a bigger fight. What do I have here? Cage. Slaughter. No, don't slaughter, actually. Sorry, wrong thing. Slaughter, 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 slaughter. Nope, don't slaughter, slaughter. We're still in early summer. Traders coming to trade at Depot. And there goes the adamantine-clad military. Wispy, where are you? Pretty far away, but not actually that far away at this point. There's Wispy. Trade. Don't actually need any more animals. Is there anything dumb in here that I don't need? Nope, should all be good. Oh, also one of my favorite changes recently is that traders will periodically bring stuff that's sized for all of your dwarves, and if they're humans, they'll basically bring clothing that's sized for the majority of your population. Meaning you can just buy food. Or not food, you can buy clothing from humans now, which is nice. Clothing and armor, for that matter, instead of just buying it to melt it. Everything else I'll wait for the dwarves. And you down here need these. Nobody's putting items in tombs. That's good. Although there's still bodies that need to go into tombs. Actually gonna take these 3 squads and take them off duty for a little bit. Except for you. You're gonna go on duty. No. These 2 are going to go on duty. I'm gonna get them both training down here. Melee squads are going to take a break, though. A giant dump truck at a mining site? Yeah, I could see it. Makes sense. I think actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to here. I'm gonna pause the game. I'm going to deconstruct and undeconstruct. Basically what that does is it cancels all of the bringing items to the trading depot jobs. And let's increase the size of this. There we go, that's what we need. You've fallen into the exact same things every embark. How do you keep your fortresses feeling fresh, and do you get ideas from forums, or are you just that innately creative? I feel like if I say I'm just that innately creative, that's like self-indulgent. I try to impose limitations on every playthrough from the start of every playthrough. And I also try to just not do the same thing twice. So when people ask me, they're like, what's the most optimal way to do this? Or how do you do this? I just say, I don't know. I try to build in very different places. I try to build with different goals. Chad, how do you keep things from feeling the same? Jody says they get ideas by watching me. Oh, well, thank you. I always tell people if you're building the same every time, try to build your next few forts in the caverns or in a very steep mountain cliff where you are kind of forced to build into caves. Because if you're forced to build into caves, you have to build in like the natural stalactites. Like I think people are very like not obsessed, but like people often tend to enjoy having a pre-planned layout and just building that. And I don't pre-plan my layouts at all, period. Like just as a rule. Me looking for coal, like... Try to build around a different industry each time. That's similar to what I do, except mine are more strictly theme-based, right? Absurd says I make it very difficult, so it's more rewarding when it works. Sure. Although a lot of making Dwarf Fortress difficult is like intentionally doing things that are going to be difficult. Like it's a very intentional thing if you're going to make the game hard for yourself. Also, I have a bunch of cheese, so I'm just going to make cheese. Or I have a bunch of milk, rather, so I'm just going to make cheese. Dang it! Okay, I'm going to make 2 pen pastures. And I'm going to pen past your dad dragon, like literally right there. That's the first thing I have to go get him. Although first he's just going to run away. I wonder where you're going. What are you doing? Dragon, where are you going? Oh, okay, kiddo, got you. That's kind of adorable. Little Yuzel just grabs dragon by its big toe, drags it up. Should I be concerned that this dragon is covered in one of my dead dwarves' blood? No, right? No. Also, chat, we're often a little bit quieter on the weekends, but I just want to say, if you help keep that chat moving, stream will go longer. Went about almost 10 minutes with minimal chatter in the chat. So if you want to help keep the stream going longer on a weekend stream, just help keep that chat moving. Busier the chat, longer we'll go. You have a dragon in your fort? Is that new? No. Neither are the baby dragons. The dwarves will suffer, but the multitasking will continue. Suffer is relative. I mean, what even is suffering? Dig through all this. Wait, why are you? Oh, because it's auto. Don't know what's behind that. So let's just build the green glass and be smart as we can at the very least. Actually, no, don't do that. Let's dig up through this, dig up through that, dig through that, dig through that. Smooth this. Get through it slowly. So I may or may not be working on a video for this world. I'm not gonna say that I'm cheating, Panda Gamer, but I've made it easier. So what I did when I generated this world, I made sure there was a lot of Mega Beasts to begin with. But the other thing that I've done is I've gone into the difficulty settings and I've gone to Mega Beast attack period seasons, which is set to 1. Now the default is 10, meaning every 10 seasons, if there's a Mega Beast in the area, there is a chance the Mega Beast will attack you. I've weighted the odds in my favor. Is the best way to think about this. Which, like, doesn't mean that, you know, it's easy or anything. I mean, you still need them to show up, but I've increased the population higher than normal and increased the odds that we'll see them. I have a feeling this is probably the layer with hell on it. That or it's one beneath this. So what's back here? Ooh! Got ourselves a... Chat! What's the mirror shield in Legend of Zelda? It's literally the mirror shield, right? Some migrants apparently have arrived. Yay! Which is good. Been needing that. Anyway, I found the mirror shield from Legend of Zelda. Let's dig through these. You have no ability to grasp. Let's give you new shield. Oh, I need to make it mine first. But that's cool. Also, chat, real quick round of beers. I'm going to go take a quick toilet break. I will be right back. Ads are about to run, so you're not going to miss anything. Oi. What's my favorite shield material? What's my favorite shield material? You know, that's one that I've never really thought about. I mean, my most used is probably either copper or iron, realistically. But favorite? I mean, can I say adamantine? Because if I can say adamantine, then adamantine. Otherwise, I don't know. Like, genuinely, I don't know. Platinum, not that. If I had to make leather into food, which leather? In Dwarf Fortress or real life? With these hypotheticals, it's always I always have to like confirm, are we talking about the video game or are we talking about the real world? I would I'm going to say cow leather because I feel like that's the majority of the leather clothing that I own. So YouTube chat is asking how useful have the dragons been for defense. They're very, very good at getting rid of mega beasts, titans, and were creatures. they've eviscerated all of those immediately. But for some reason, they don't breathe fire at siegers. They just kind of stare at them. So they're extremely ineffective against enemy armies. They are extremely effective against mega beasts and the ones that I mentioned. So that's kind of where we're at this point. It's like mega beasts, fantastic. Were creatures, fantastic. Titans, fantastic. Sieges, they need help against sieges. Looks like I need to make some more gear available. Where's my tavern? It's over here. This is the barracks. Let's get you and you training up here. I don't know, because I don't know enough about theorized magic systems. Like, could you give me 3 examples? I mean, I wouldn't pick the Gathering because I can't afford that. That's just called a gacha game. In regards to having to buy booster packs to keep your magic generated. Can you tag it out? It was really fun to stop by again and consume those DF videos. Oh, did you actually watch those while lurking? Well, cheers, man. Which one did you watch, if I can ask? I don't know. Like, I can't really... Outside of super basic shit, I can't really think of anything. I do like consumable item is magic, like potions and more like 100% science-based dragon MMO style of magic, you know? Like the... Like, I like, well, actually, here's an example. I like the way RuneScape does magic, where you have to, or did magic, I don't know, maybe it's fucking changed it, but like, where you have to like, go mine a specific material and craft basically one-use casts of things. I've always thought that was kind of a neat system. Language-based scrolls, runes, alchemy, and herbalism. You know, I'm gonna be honest, I'm just going to answer this question as if it wasn't Dwarf Fortress, because if you take it in like a Dwarf Fortress context, then there's all sorts of like connotations involved with how you have to go about it, and I don't really want to speculate on that. But if I had to pick one in real life to have access to, alchemy and herbalism. Like, you know, being able to make potions and like one-off castable things by going out, like basically just being a fucking druid. Is just like a cool fantasy trope. As for like Dwarf Fortress, there's a lot of playability questions and like how's that going to manifest in game questions. So I'm like, my chat is is chunks of the Dwarf Fortress community, right? And there's something that the Dwarf Fortress community does that I find both frustrating and very endearing, which is the future of the fortress, which is Tarn's Q&A, is not supposed to be a suggestions thread. So people will very, very hypothetically form questions in the shape of suggestions. Or suggestions in the shape of questions is maybe that. And most of you probably know this. I don't really like to speculate about Dwarf Fortress because I feel like I've done that in the past and regretted it very much because people will see something or I'll say something and people will take it as explicit fact, even if it's not by any stretch, like not even close to fact, but people will take it as fact. And I don't think that's good or healthy or positive or productive. I think that's like objectively bad for the game because it just gets people excited and talking about a thing like it's going to happen in a way that it's not going to happen. So I talk about how I don't want to speculate about magic. So Chad asks me, if you were going to hypothetically have access to a magic system that wasn't the one in Dwarf Fortress, which one would it be? You guys. Or like, it's all the questions at Kenton of like hey, have you ever considered implementing a system such as, and if so, would it do this, and this? It's the and if so. And if so, D's nuts. But at the same time, I get it. You know, like, speculating is fun. I just wish I hadn't seen active... No, it's totally fair that you're keeping chat alive. I just wish I hadn't seen people parroting things that I speculated about with the Steam version as fact, because then I would be much more willing to speculate, I think. Like, that is the reason I don't do it. But I very much appreciate the effort, all the same. But yeah, if I could be a fucking wizard, I would want to be Radagast more so than Gandalf, if that makes any sense. You know? I want to be the weird dude in the forest with mushrooms and beard, who talks to squirrels and has mice in his beard and hair, versus like the hoity-toity, like proper wizard. Yeah, the most useful spells, such as fermenting mushrooms so that they make illusions only you can see. And maybe they tell the future, and maybe they just tell you what you want to eat for dinner, which is also the future. Big dwarf question, will there be extra tiny clothes so that creatures can have clothing? I've forgotten the name of the creature. You mean gremlins? Ask Tarn. There's mods for that. Ask Tarn. Just go ask Tarn. Like, that's not a question that I can answer. I genuinely don't know. You want some dinner? Oh, wait, I'm hungry.
This looks scary.
Hi, Scary. I'm blind. Sakamura, thank you very much for the 20th month check. Can I get a big round of beers for Sakamura? Keeping that subscription alive for 20 months. Help keep the channel funded. And yeah, well, I mean, we are digging into hell, so. It's only natural. Hey, look, the adamantine barrel ended up down here. It's pretty dope. It's not the button that I clicked, game. That's the one that we want. Means I should be good to go down. Literan has been possessed. To here and do that, but I'm not actually going to do this because that's dangerous. Literan is what? A talented armor smith. Ooh, oh, no, that's not Literan. Literan is an expert armor smith, even better. Everyone. Absolutely everyone. Greg and then some. What's that owl's problem? It's probably stuck pathing-wise, so it went berserk. This is something that happens sometimes when you have easily stressed creatures hanging out on the surface. I'm just going to okay. Go back to training. For some reason you feel like playing a fort, then play a fort. The game's in a great spot right now. I mean, you could always wait for the next update, but the game is in a great place at the moment. It's going to be another adamantine artifact, chat. I've got 23 adamantine wafers. Let's check my squads. What are we missing? Shields. Greaves. Let's do 5 of each. And let's do steel breastplates. 10 of those. Basically the entirety of a Titan's corpse worth of bones. It's a very heavy pile of bones that Lateran's carrying. You're waiting for the magic? I have a feeling you'll be waiting for a bit. Like, if you've got the itch, play. Like, you could play a fort. Or that, or like wait for whenever they release the Dinosaurs update, which just because they okay, so they posted a Magic the Gathering, like, Magic card unboxing video with Zach and Tarn on the Kit Fox channel. At the end of it is a new logo for Dwarf Fortress, and it says 20th anniversary. I have a feeling we're going to get a patch on the anniversary of Dwarf Fortress, which for those of you who aren't, like, crazy like me and have all these dates memorized, which isn't even me, which is why I'm looking it up right now and stalling for time. I swear I know it off by heart. Don't think otherwise. But I'm also looking it up just to confirm that I'm correct. August 8th. I'd be willing to bet we're going to get a patch on August. Early August. Because it is the 20th anniversary of Dwarf Fort. Yeah, we're getting, like... So, the last time they added creatures was, I think, like 2012? Whenever they did the, like, fundraiser where anybody could just suggest an animal. And then the highest voted thing... if you tipped money, you could suggest an animal. And the highest voted thing would get a bunch of mechanics built around them. So the highest voted thing was bees and honey. And they added basically every animal that's in the game right now. And they're saying that this patch is going to be similar levels of size. So essentially, we are going to get, shrug, hundreds, maybe? Dozens? Many, probably is the word to use. That would be super easy to mod into the game. I mean, you just want one of your dwarves to be able to magically create beer? You want Dwarf Jesus? Basically? That's kind of funny. There's just like a rock hatchling down there that's also very funny. Hold on, let me just fix these rocks. Oh no! I fucked up these rocks. I accidentally got rid of their spot. Rock. Okay. I deleted it instead of like clicking the right button. It's fine. Got leather. Bones, yes. Bars, metal. Stone, rock. Bones. Blocks. Fungi wood. Leather. What's after leather? More bones. I will slaughter a rock then. Actually, I'll slaughter 2. As long as they don't also add an Antichrist dwarf, I'll be honest with you. I think we kind of already have both. Just in general, you know? Like, there's always, like, many gods of madness, death, murder, and disease. See, I'm less into the anti-pope and more into the anti-pope. I just want a pope that, like, just makes good food and makes socks. It's much more wholesome, you know? Exactly, gamer guy gets it. Please don't be a metal ball or something stupid. That would be very funny, I'm not gonna lie. Since this dwarf is an armor smith, it's probably gonna be something armor related, so I'm just hoping it's like a breastplate. Or like greaves or gauntlets or something. Why? Where? What? When? Oh! That explains it. I was like, why have my squads not come back yet? They should have come back by now. It turns out one of the members of the squad is in prison. That explains it. All right, go get him, Tiger. God damn it. How are you not dying of hunger? Very inconvenient. Go, Dwarfer! Oh. Didn't make it. Someone is feeding that bear. Actually, I think it's because I expelled the bear, so the bear is not technically part of my faction anymore. So it, like, lost its need for hunger. Maybe I'll just exterminate it. I don't know. Or let it out. It's also probably an option. Let's just deconstruct this. Okay, now you'll leave. Yeah, that'd be nice. Instead, like, they just get beaten. And hopefully not bad enough that they die. But I need to actually make that video that I've partly made and then ran out of ideas on about like what actually happened to villains, because all of that stuff's villains related, right? You'll be fine. All right, let's go do some hauling. Basically all of these. And A lot of this. A lot of that. 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 And there we go. That'll be fine for the minute. Oh. I'm more or less going to be able to buy everything. So I'm just going to swap you out for somebody else. Let's go take Udil. Yeah, Divine Fabric. The Divine Fabrics are all either too large for my dwarves or too small. So I'm just not bothering. More than anything. Just gonna double check that the Strange Mood is running. I think it is, but let's just be sure. Yep. What did he do? Probably nothing of much. I've got a bunch of nobles in the fort, and I've got them partially satisfied some of the time, but like my king wants traction benches, so I'm getting periodic crimes convicted because of traction benches. I'm like not going out of my way to make traction benches. What are you carrying? Just a shoe? Letterin has created Bubnus Gith, a jagged adamantine high boot, and offers it to Thunderfire. Well, that's cool, but that is a jagged adamantine high boot. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of dolomite cabochons and titan bone and giant squirrel leather, rock bone and oval salt cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of adamantine and rock salt. On the item is an image of 2 dodecahedra and fungi wood. I'm going to give that to my king. Let's put the dwarf in traction. Oh, the king's like quarters are just full of traction benches, which I think is kind of funny. What are you giving water to, and why? Just grabbing some strawberry wine sippy. Okay, cool. Now go trade. There we go. Or don't. Beer Manir is going to go trade at Depot then. Are you going to make it? Or have I screwed something up here? No, we're good. Maybe what I should do is I should build like a stairwell like right here. So basically go like Yeah, everything but this. And just get rid of this ramp right here and use those or something. Because, like... yeah, I don't know. Oh, shit. A vile force of goblinness has arrived, and the army is commanded by the goblin Igath Warned Quick, a competent commander. Beware their mounted goblin hammermen. I must defend the great dwarven traders. Chat room, I need a vile force of darkness for good luck. And apparently, there is a ghost in the fort. Let's just trade as quickly as plausible. Grab the backpacks so I don't need to make them myself. Grab the trousers. Acquire and scroll. And we'll just trade. It's a good value. Changeover. Okay, squads are running upstairs as quickly as they can. Some of them are much closer than others. As for the goblins themselves, ooh. Ooh. Oh, it begins. I'm also going to turn on the burrow. So the dwarves that are currently fighting are the traders, who are now packing up as quickly as possible. Brave traders. None of these are even my dwarves. These are like just the merchants. Let the swords dwarf die. Okay. In that case, I will move my squads back to here. These are not my dwarves dying. I mean, they're my dwarves, but I think you know what I mean. Forgotten Beast Thaneka has come, a great humanoid composed of Dungrake agate. It has a round shell and a bloated body, and please, dear Lord, let it not be in the area where it can get to me. It is not. Hallelujah. Thank you, Armok, for not screwing with me this one time. Nope. I've got some dwarves that have ended up outside, which is okay. So Nil the Swords Dwarf is doing a hero's journey. This just arrived at literally the worst possible time. This is also one of my squads who's in the points of mining. Fuck it, let's just send everybody up. I was gonna let them try and fight with the dragons, but maybe it's better to just have my dwarves in consistent group sizes. The dwarf with the artifact sword isn't on the map at the moment. I don't think. Yeah, the dwarf with the artifact sword is Eric. Well, here comes the Gorblin Spearman. Which they're going to start charging momentarily, I think. And my other squads have returned, which means Weed McYeet and friends are re-entering the map. This one has a god metal spear. Still none of my dwarves have been found dead. So the rocks and the bears are re-entering the map. That was one of my dwarves who died. Bolts are flying. And I think that's everything. We just need this to break. I guess it's time to build up the front door's defenses a little bit more. And then I don't know if that'll actually fix merchants. It may or it may not. There we go, it broke. Yeah, this is gonna do a number on the moods, that's for sure. I do think we'll be okay. Like, it's actually not actually that bad. It's about what it's been. Numbers of upset dwarves. There's just less dwarves overall. But yeah, that's not gonna be great for moods. We're in an ad break, but we'll just let the dwarves clean up. The real shame about that is that my merchants all got demerchanted. You see, the fun has been happening naturally, Romanoid. I'll have you know, absurd, I've had them do interesting things, but you need them to be really large sieges, and you need to have multiple points of entry into your fort. But my last fort had multiple battering rams doing interesting things. I quite like the battering rams, I just wish they moved quicker. And then the other thing I'm gonna do is just dig down here. Because this will help quite a bit. Gem cutter was found dead. Ah, very far away from everything else. And some migrants arrived. We'll be okay. Bit of a trial by fire, though. And this is going to be where we're going to trade going forward. So I can block that off if need. Grab a mop and start cleaning. Yeah. I mean, how else are we going to survive this? Cat's given birth. Let's just go up to here and go. Hatchling? Nope, not that screen. Wrong screen. We also have a bunch more hydras. Gonna move them all down here. I'm also just going to channel through that, channel through that. And let's just do all this on priority number 2. Your parents just got a third Maine Coon, so now you have 2 dogs and 3 cats. That's good, I guess. There's 2 dragons right there. Where's the third one? Missing a dragon. I'm sure that's fine, right? Goblins will come with steel armor if they have access to steel, but the way sieges work, Onyx in YouTube chat, is the things that you're fighting with. We're getting combat logs, so I'm just gonna wait and try and figure out what that is. The way sieges work is they have like basically embark points, and the higher you set the difficulty, the more embark points they have. So they will try and bring what they think is the most effective thing based on what they have access to, which will either mean better mounts, better gear, better weapons, etc. Seems my dragon is fighting with a reindeer bull. Dragons fought with a reindeer bull. Reindeer bull dead. I kind of just want to dump everything that's in here. Look at us bringing additional hydras downstairs. It's a good time. Thankfully, no BBQ. We just cut him up. If he did BBQ him, then we'd probably have like a dozen casualties at least, because of where that was. Seeing ghosts, though. Gotta get rid of those. Sweet. Oh, I see. Got a whole bunch of random reindeer that have, and muskoxes that have gotten caught in my cages. That's what's going on there. So we'll just get those trained up and butchered. I don't really know why this happens. This is something that like always kind of bugs me a little bit, is that when you make a tomb, after a while they just get unassigned. Then you have to go back through manually and figure out which ones have been unassigned. It's kind of annoying. I'll feel like I stole from them. Yeah, I was thinking that. I am the mountain home, so I'm not too worried about starting a war with myself, but yeah. Yeah, they're not going to be thrilled about that. But there was unfortunately no other way out there. Although, admittedly, I am setting this fortress up for failure in some ways. Or maybe instead of failure, I should use the word excitement. Just simply by how I'm, you know, building to trade with people and stuff. Like, it's kind of sketchy by design, almost. And I kind of like that, you know. Don't just set everything up in a way that you know is safe. It's just more interesting that way. Because I could have absolutely, like, built my trading in such a way where that would have never happened, but I don't know. I think it's entertaining to have some failures like that. How could you go about capturing a demon? Well, you have to knock... Okay, first question is it made of fire? If no, you just need to knock it into a cage trap, but they're trap avoids, so you have to either have cobwebs on a trap, which forces it to lie down on a trap, or you need to cave something in that would knock it over for it to fall into a trap. That's how. Yeah, I know what you mean, and I answered your question. But all demons are similar, so like this could be like in the magma spire, this could be from the underworld, this could be from like an overlord that's invading you. You have to knock it into a cage. It's the same as like capturing a forgotten beast, basically. If you want to get into a cage, you have to knock it into the cage. Peds, thank you very much for the 9th month with Prime. Welcome back, dude. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the 9 months of subscription? They're stun immune now? When did that happen? Gavros? So Gavros is saying that they're stun immune? I don't think that's correct. Because I was cage trapping demon, like maybe some of them are, but I was cage trapping demons like half a year ago by caving in ceilings, like around the time the Siege update came out. So unless something's happened since then. Forgotten Beasts, I can tell you for a fact, are not stun immune. Gavros. Because I saw one get stunned yesterday. Devil Dawn, thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you, mate. So I don't know, it sounds like some science needs to be done on that. This seems like a problem, man. You know what? I'm gonna do this. Where are you going to go get blocks? You're going up there? This is horrible. I'm just gonna lock you. I'm gonna lock you. And I'm going to set this as part of in this burrow. This as part of in this burrow. That as part of the burrow. Turn on the burrow. Make Make sure everybody's in the burrow. And I'm going to go up to here and forbid all of this. Let's just wait until it stops stinking. Because this is horrific for moods. Bah! Mary, thanks for 25 bucks. I can't read that text. It's really small. I don't have the window open right now to read it. If you want to just like state what you said, then cool. Otherwise, I can go open it up and look in a sec. But thank you for the roller coaster tycoon crashing sound. Some things never change. Okay, so I got that half closed. You know what? I'm just gonna build this. And pause you. Some forgotten beast with poison vapor has arrived. It is a gigantic eyeless lobster. It is fat, it's bulging, it has a bulging trunk, and it's emaciated. Its yellow exoskeleton is wrinkled. Beware its vapors. It's very far down, so it can't get to me. But it is there. Let's just get rid of a lot of this construction task. I just want this rot to go away. That's all I want. Because the dwarves running through it is what made the mood so bad just now. How's my FPS so high? I don't know. If I had an answer, I would tell you. It's why I don't really help people with FPS anymore, because I don't really get bad FPS unless I do something really dumb, which every now and again I do, but like I kind of have to go out of my way to make my frame rate bad. But I guess like the less annoying answer to that question of how is my FPS so high is I build fortresses that I know my computer can handle. Like, if I built forts that I knew my fortress couldn't handle, then, yeah, we would have issues, but I try my best to build forts that I know my computer can run, which that's gonna depend very heavily on what your computer is and what it's capable of, how fast your CPU is, etc. But I couldn't actually tell you the last time I had really bad frame rates in Dwarf Fortress because it's been so long. I mean, Squidward, the fort I built not too long ago, ran like shit, but for full transparency, that was because I was draining 78 layers of ocean constantly. So obviously it ran like shit. Like, that's kind of to be expected when you're doing dumb shit like that. That's kind of what I mean when I say, unless I'm doing something really dumb. Yeah, fire and smoke will do it for me too, but like, fire and smoke will only cause issues for me if the fire and smoke is blocking pathing, which rarely happens the way I build my fortresses, because I always try and have like a secondary entrance to the fort. Is anybody putting bodies in tombs at the minute? Yeah, okay. Gosh, we got 3 different corpses already. $40 seconds per frame. I'll have you know, we got it as good at about 25 seconds per frame for a while there. I was getting about 4 frames a minute, I think, was the highest frame rate I had while draining that ocean. And I say that as a joke. I don't, like, that's not a good frame rate, but also, like, I know what I did, so. Some Cyclops has arrived. It's suicidal, apparently. It's got a single eye in its forehead. I'm going to open this, and I'm going to open this, and I'm going to open this, or I'm going to lock those, and I'm going to open this, and I'm going to, yeah, unlock these. I'm also going to cancel this, I think, and actually just move it onto the inside so I can just build it. Okay, so I've got that door open Areno now. Where's the Clops of the Psy? Cyclops versus Baby Drag. I think we need to wish it luck, chat. Every now and again you have this fire beast that pops up in your magma area and it brings your game to a halt. Nobody ever makes it out in time. Mark's Dwarves. Mark's Dwarves. Mark's Dwarves. Also, I have a question. Is it popping into an area with grass? Never mind. Is it popping into an area with grass? Because if it's popping into an area with grass, that would be why. Also, fun fact, if your dwarves have liquid in their what's it called, water skins, they have a chance to put out the fire once on them. So they can actually survive getting caught on fire if you give them water skins. At the very bottom of the map, there's nothing there but forges. Unlucky dwarves are working there. Sounds like you need to separate your magma forges and the magma sea. It's easier than it sounds, but very doable. Man, so much smelly, gross miasma, man. Tempted to just dump all of this stuff, just get rid of it. There's actually not that much stuff there. It's just like rotten cheese and shit. Not even pump stacks. Like magma safe floodgates. Like just split up the location. God damn it. Split up the location where the like separate your so basically build an area like this, right? This is the lava sea. Build a little thingy to it, put a magma safe flood hatch or a floodgate or drawbridge here, and then go one layer above and channel down into it so that it can flow and then block it. And then once this is full, just block it off so that you don't need, or so that the baddies don't have access to your fort. Also, the reason smoke causes your frame rate to go so low is because dwarves are trying to get through it and they can't see through it. If you give them alternative exits from that area, it won't hurt your frame rate because they'll just take the other exit. So if you have like multiple entrances and exits from a cavern layer or a room, so like if this is where you're smelting, right, and all your dwarves are in there, this is the way out and this is your stairs, and a fire creature shows up here and burns a dwarf that's right here, and this is blocked, then the 5 other dwarves in here will make your frame rate go to 0. But if you also have an exit here that goes to stairs, an exit here that goes to stairs, and an exit that connects to this one, and then an additional one that goes to this one, then your frame rate won't get hurt. Does that make sense? So like what you want to do is just like if you're worried that something that shoots fire is gonna show up on your map, you want them to exit. You need to give your dwarves multiple exits. Fire exits. Oopsies, wrong tool. Creed was found dead. Don't know why. Looks like Creed... Who started it? Creed got mad and threw a dimple cup at a war rock, and then threw one at a stray puppy, and then the war rock just, like, grabbed him by his finger and scratched him in the head. You know, arms wide open indeed. He threw a tantrum, attacked the wrong big bird, and the big bird just like, you don't need this head anymore. Unnecessary. Begone, face. Correct, Thanatos. Also, hey, Thanatos. It's good to see you. Assuming you're the Thanatos that I know, and not another Thanatos. Thanatos in YouTube chat. As Munchification in YouTube chat says, you can turn one entrance into a kill zone, and you can make sure that it has more steps to get into your fort, and none, for your fort, none, and into your fort than the main one. Yes, correct. I see you have chosen stupidity. Try this claw on for size. So I have a whole bunch of dwarves in here. I'm also not positive that those traders are going to get tombs. Okay, so you right there. I think there's a DF hack plugin for that, Greg, and then some. It's like there's two DF hack plugins that have come out relatively recently that are interesting. There's one which is like it's like Memoriam or something, which just lets you look at their personality and like basically their character sheet after they die. And then the other one is the Herald, which lets you read legends while playing fort mode. Both of those are interesting. Okay, this is significantly less bad than it was. And then I'm going to go out here and just forbid all this. Just everything that's outside of the front gate will forbid. Yeah, you know what would be neat? I think, uh-oh. one of my dragons wants to play. What would be neat, and like this, I think, I want to say this was a suggestion on either the suggestions forum or like Future of the Fortress at one point, but there was a request / suggestion once that they could make it so that every time you engrave a slab, it gets more information on it, like incentivizing you to either engrave multiple times or encrust and decorate slabs. I think I'm just gonna dump all of this. It's a bunch of stuff I don't really need. Actually, I have stuff engraved on them. Yeah, that's one that catches people out, I think. It's hard to notice unless you're looking for it, I guess. And the other thing I am going to do is unforbid body parts and corpses, unforbid corpses. The dwarves are going to be like Targaryen. I guess so, Thanatos. I guess so. And yeah, I'm aware it's a generic name, so I don't know. There's just a sometimes regular in my current chat that has the same name. But there's also like, I've lost count of how many bismuths. I'm just gonna throw out all that stuff. Slug has bestowed a name upon a steel shield. Some stuff's getting thrown into tombs. The blood's over there in the corner. That's weird. Who put that blood there? Who left their blood on the floor? Should go pick it up. It's gross. And down, 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 down. This is all just getting dug through nice and slowly. A mini formatted tour is here, and it's a humanoid monster with the head of a bull. Cool. Got a dwarf going to go pull that. And I'm going to go here and forbid all this real quick. After you get a drink. Cool. It's on the further away end of the map. A humanoid monster with the head of a bull, or just a bull? Uh-oh. Somebody is undoubtedly going to get turned into charcoal. Dwarves just immediately drop what they're carrying. Oh no, this ain't gonna end well. Help. Oh wow, okay. Never mind. The dragons didn't breathe fire. We're safe. It's good that the dwarves were able to kill it independently of the dragons. Otherwise, they would have all just died. Whew, that could have gone bad. That's why it's called a minotaur. That's what I called it, Hearts. But yes, I was just restating the description of a minotaur. Such cleanup. Actually, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Moods aren't that bad either. They could be a lot worse. They have been a lot worse, actually. Cannot put fire on the stuff I'm going to destroy. You know? Hold that thought, actually. Hold that thought. I might actually be able to make that happen. Hold that thought. They do have to move the dragons slightly, though. Not really, but their breath goes up at least 1 Z level. Nothing in Dwarf Fortress, with the exception of Marks dwarves and archers, can aim up and down. It's the reason why multiple Z levels is your best superpower against web spitters. Oh no! Well, see ya. Good luck there, kiddo. Please come back to us. You back, look at that. And only as of recently can, Udil? Which squad? Gilded barrels. Portals, not barrels. you have access to your arms, and if that's the case, then please go join the military. There goes your plan for a dragon shelf? A dragon shelf? Why are you trying to dragon these shelves? I think the dwarves putting the baby dragons back is one of the funniest things. Assuming you're just off to go get stuff? Yes. Yes, you are. So you're going to go connect to that. So I don't know how effective this is going to be, but damn it, I'm going to try. So basically, I'm putting an Etten here to act as bait so that the dragons breathe fire where the bait is. Totally not Creed.
Check
Thanks for the
Yo
23rd month. I've got bad news for you. You're dead. But you're totally not Creed, so you wouldn't know or care because it's not Creed that you are. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Totally Not Creed, who's definitely not Creed? Yeah. Appreciate you, man. Thank you very much for the prime. Freedom or fire? Run very fast away is what it's being given. Maybe freedom is fire. All right, so everything's been hooked up. Just gonna wait a little bit until it looks like everybody's back inside. All right, it kind of looks like everybody's back inside. I'm gonna get this lever pulled. Let's see if we can get these dragons to burn the stuff, chat. We are waiting for Kosoth here to go pull the lever. And there they go. Wish the dragons luck. So one turn at a time. Well, okay, so they didn't get rid of all of it, but they did get rid of a bunch of it. And then they went and... Let's pull that again. Turn off this and go down here. Can't use a cave dragon because they won't breathe fire at that, I don't think. What else do I have? Another Etten. They got a good chunk of it. This looks like a 3 Etten job. Sure. Also, look at all of the additional Hydra we has. The population is growing. I should probably also put some green glass over here. Would help if I could click things the first time. Do I play adventure mode too? Yes, but I don't play adventure mode the way I think you're asking. I play adventure mode as a method of bringing stuff to forts. So I played adventure mode before the last fortress and a little bit before the fortress before, but I play for about 35, 40 minutes, and I use it as a delivery mechanism to deliver things to and from fortresses and set up my next fort. I don't play it like an RPG, really, mostly because I don't think it's compelling or easy to explain to people why it's compelling, whereas fortress mode is a much easier to replay game for me. So do I play adventure mode? Sure. But I don't personally feel that just exploring the world in adventure mode right now is that interesting to watch or play. The combat's fun, but I don't think people like watching the combat. So, yeah. Yes, I do. I've, taken a character from 0 skills in anything to killing demon overlords. It's just not something I go out of my way to do constantly. Just back from the farmer's market. Nice. Eating birria tacos. Jealous. It's getting close to luncheon's times for me. To make a super fort that has seats of mithril armor, so you can steal said armor and go adventuring. Oh no, I mean I've done that. I'm trying to think when we last did that. I made like a full sets of armor with like the adventurers' statues in front of them. That's always fun. Like, to me, I can play a single fort for 70 hours and not really get bored. I can play a single adventure for about 3 hours, really, before I want to do something else. Just because there isn't enough, like, variety in adventure mode right now once you've seen it all. All right, let's go back to the front door. You right there. Link you right there to there. Here's 2 goals. Greg and then some. Win a fight. That's goal number 1. And goal number 2 is tell poetry so badly that somebody attacks you, or argue with somebody so much that they attack you or go berserk. Those are like the kind of 2 things that you need to figure out how to do to figure out how to play adventure mode. Then win that fight too. Yeah, absolutely. I love, something I do actually really like doing in adventure mode is becoming renowned for horrible poetry. Like, just very creative character, but like incredibly low musical and speaking skill. So like you just basically just get berated by everybody. It's like, oh no, more music. This part could be better. It's like basically how I like to, do the adventures. All right, we're just gonna wait for this soldier to be across and then release another Etten. So now we're just waiting for Dorothy McGee to come over here and pull the lever. Which should be momentarily. Look up if you want to see dragons breathe fire. Oh no! Whoops, destroyed 2 statues. That's fine. I think that this is not the most efficient way. It's fun, but I think I'm going to go back to what I was doing previously, which is, just Bring them back in here. And then just unforbid all this stuff. Just let them dump it. It was fun, though. Actually, let's just leave that not pulled for the minute. It could be done, yeah. We could use dragons to incinerate stuff. It's just not the most efficient. How did that last fight go anyway? And your fort acquired by as a goblin adventurer found out very quickly that such armor does not matter if you are drowsy. Oh no! Yeah, no, so Gavros in YouTube chat made a set of armor for themselves in Fortress mode, went and picked it up in Adventure mode, and then got into a fight while sleepy and died. One of the most important things that you need to learn about combat in Dwarf Fortress is that tiredness and dizziness are a death sentence. Purple Dwayne clashed with 376 goblins, slaying 7. What's your kill count up to? 58 others. What about you? 6 notables, 50-something others. Rookie down here. 6 notable, 30 others. Hot damn it. It's impressive, man. Just looking for bedrooms that are just full of clothing because they just need cabinets. And then the owner of that clothing can put all their clothes away and clean up the outside a bit. Sometimes they will need multiples, though. And let's just fortify all this. As we work our way down. And let's real quick check. No new hatchlings. No new fertilized dragon eggs. It's like my dragon hit menopause or something. Okay, what have I screwed up? Metal strands. Oh, shit. I see what I did. I was like, why are they not making adamantine strands? Because I fucked up, that's why. Obviously, someone stole the Dragon Balls. That's the only purpose the Dragon Balls have in existence, is to be stolen. So water might come out of that. Lava might come out of that. Hopefully not. Oh, lava will come out of that. Let's not do that. We checked for heat. What devilry is that? No. Shh, you didn't see anything. We checked for devilry. What heat is that? Okay, fine. Oh, The dwarf next to that one burned to death anyway. I'm just going to extinguish their bodies so I can just bury them instead of having to memorialize them. It's just less of a pain. Also lava spilled out of that. That's brutal. That's obsidian. Let's just go up here. Dig through that. Actually, let's dig through all that. Thank you, CCJ. That's way too kind of you. I'm just doing this so that I can put more glass down, so that I have more of an idea of what we're up against. Just waiting for those dwarves to get down here to put those bodies away. Let's just dig through that right here. Which actually this may be a very bad idea, but it'll be fine. Yep, it'll be fine. I was correct. And then you down here. I'm just going to get rid of... all diamonds. I could get rid of the... My dragons are just like constantly shredding reindeer. I guess it's increasing their kill counts. 5 reindeer? How about you? An additional 3 reindeer. So they're not hunting trained, but they're just like out here killing reindeer. Reindeer try to get into the fort and they go shred it. Which is kind of entertaining. And there goes a dwarf dropping an item into him. Very slowly. All right, chat. I've been live for 6 hours, and I'm quite hungry. Like, I'm ready for lunch, and I didn't make lunch today. We've made quite a bit of progress. I mean, we started today off with 4 hydras. How many are we at now? Wait, no, wrong screen. We're now at a couple of hydras, as you can clearly see. Just a couple of hydras, just a few. So that's good, just in and of itself. I think we're gonna have to prepare a hydra bomb to fight the underworld, and which, for those of you who don't know, that's when you put like a whole bunch of one type of animal into a single cage and then connect it to a lever and then or a pressure plate or something so that it opens when an enemy walks over it. So that'll be fun. We still have ridiculous numbers of rocks, which is, you know, all those. And of course there's many a dragon. So that's all good. It sucks that we haven't gotten more baby dragons, but, you know, can't win them all, I guess. And all in all, I think the fort's in a pretty good place. So chat room, if you're in the chat right now, I would like you to give me a rating out of 10. What did you think of today's stream? Did you have fun? Did you love it? Did you hate it? What would you rate it? I am going to put my markers into the chat and then state that we'll be back on Tuesday. That's going to be the next stream for me. I'm going to be working on a video out of this fort because I stopped the project that I wasn't really feeling and started working on this fort instead. Current still winning, I think. It's a perpetual winning state, Ilmarin. So I'm going to probably be working on that over the weekend. But yeah. Follow my blog. It just costs you an email, and you get my blog posts when I post them. Join the Discord or the Fluxer, either or. Discord.gg/blind. Fluxer's like Discord, but for cool kids. And I'm going to shut down the YouTube stream now, but if you want to come raid somebody with us, pop over here onto Twitch, and then we'll go raid someone. I'll update Legend shortly after the stream ends. But if you want to come raid somebody with us, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, I will see you on Tuesday, normal time. If you haven't yet, though, go watch the Future of the Fortress, because that was posted this morning. Laters, YouTube folks. Already Twitch chat. You guys ready to raid someone? I want you to go grab your favorite emotes and pop them in my chat. They can be mine, yours, or anybody else. It doesn't really matter whose. I'm just gonna go grab the raid music. The music for the raid. I think I don't want to get cocky. I think I finally figured out how to make this green screen look good 90% of the time. I'm pretty happy.